My friends, welcome back to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would like to start the stream off with a single question. Have you played any good books lately? I know that today we're about to. Today we are continuing our playthrough of one of my favorite CRPGs ever to grace God's green earth, the Siege of Avalon. However, it is not just any playthrough of the Siege of Avalon. We are playing through expanded mod content for this game. In particular, today we are playing through the Ashes of Avalon, which is a sequel that is about 3 sequels removed from the original game. And I've been enjoying it. I was playing it in hard mode. However, hard mode is hard, and I was getting a little bit frustrated with the game. I was not enjoying the playthrough as much as you should do. Avalon, you are sarcastic every day. I'm not sure that you are capable of not being sarcastic, which is fine in this community, by the way. We speak fluent sarcasm. Fortunately for you, I am completely equipped to recognize when you are taking the piss. But yes, so with all that said, we are now out of hard mode in the game, and because we are no longer contending with hard mode, we are making fairly significant progress with the story. Now, if you guys will indulge me just 1 second, I do have to play around with some settings in Siege of Avalon. Okay, so we got that working. And now I've got to figure out a couple things here. I honestly just got rolled out of bed and started the stream today. Yesterday I said that the night shift didn't really mess me up that bad. Well, last night I didn't get to sleep until like 4 a.m. and I had to wake up at 8. So I'm currently on 4 hours of sleep. So even though I felt absolutely fantastic yesterday, your boy's a little bit groggy today. So we're just figuring out some settings here, because I did want to keep time as much as I could, so I just want to pull up the death counter now, which is over here. I really should have it more easily accessible. Okay, there we go. And now I have to increase it to like 64. Oh god, we've died that much. Ugh. That's not good. There we go. All right, we are now set up and good to go. Actually, one more thing I've got to change. I have some friends in the community that are going to be helping me out with StreamerBot. That has not been done yet, so I'm still messing with owned. And this is an owned plugin right here. And unfortunately for me, I have to reset it every single stream, so let's just move this over here. So if you will indulge me, just have to reset all these things to 0. But how's everyone's day today? How's the weekend? How's the Saturday? Do you have any plans? What's everyone getting up to today? I'm always curious. So much paper on my desk too. I'm notorious for being disorganized on my desk. I don't know why I can't seem to... I'm actually a relatively disciplined person, but for some reason I can't manage work today and tomorrow. And if I'm not mistaken, Crows, you said are you in paleontology or archaeology? I don't recall precisely. There we go. That is set back down to 0. Paleontology, there we go. Yeah, and you and I had a very interesting conversation about that, actually. So, I had kind of exposed to the world that at one point, I wanted to be a paleontologist. That was one of my childhood interests. I was obsessed with dinosaurs, and in particular, I was obsessed with marine dinosaurs. I really loved stuff like the mosasaur. What's another one? All the names I haven't used in forever. Let's see if I can just riff off a bunch of dinosaur names. So yeah, Tyrannosaurus Rex, obviously, Ankylosaur, Stegosaurus, Brachiosaurus, Mosasaur, Velociraptor, Utah Raptor, Albertosaurus. What a coincidence. How do you like the... Okay. You had to bring up Jurassic Park. Okay, so... The original two are so good. The modern ones, eh. I personally feel like the contemporary Jurassic Park movies are turning into the Fast and Furious franchise. I don't know what you guys think in this regard, but personally, I think that Jurassic Park is being turned into the Fast and Furious. It's like, what kind of weird mutant animal thing can we... Because they took the genetically engineered dinosaur thing and they just ran with it. I think Jurassic World was tolerable in that the... What was it called? I think it was like the Indominus Rex or something like that. I think that was tolerable, but not good, if that makes sense. Like, I could sit through that movie is what I'm saying. But this newest one, I just can't. I can't, guys. I can't. The second Jurassic World is hands down the worst film I have ever seen. Yeah, so Jorg, welcome in. And by the way, let me just give a quick welcome to everybody who has popped in. Avalon, obviously, Bear, Crows, Cody, Spilo. It's been too long since you've graced the chat. Welcome in, my friend. I hope that you are doing amazing today. The second Jurassic World is hands down the worst film you've ever seen. Now, is it the worst film I have ever seen? The worst film I've ever seen. I don't know if I could give it that title. However, even Jessica Alba could act better than Scarlett Johansson. I will not attack actors personally because they are doing something that I struggle to do, which is act. So I do like to give a certain degree of grace when it comes to actors and their performances. Even Hayden Christensen. I reckon if you put me in front of a camera right now and told me to act out the role of Anakin Skywalker the same as Hayden Christensen did, I would not do as good of a job. I really do have to... I am quick to give grace in life and in my assessment of culture and movies, because I recognize that I myself am human and limited in my own ways. Now, a bad performance, that can be criticized, absolutely, but again, I do like to I do like to give a little bit of grace when it comes to that sort of thing, because again, I am not in that world. Scarlett Johansson gives me the same feeling as Timothy Chalamet. That is correct. Shamalama Ding Dong. Timothy Chalamet. They are pretty faces, but utterly blank mannequins to you. And that, I guess, I would consider that a fair criticism of their acting style. I've seen Mr. Chalamet in even some comedies, and his delivery is quite dry. And I think that's what you're talking about, is just really dry, monotone delivery of lines, and, you know, I get it. Some people can't help it, right? That's my face, right? If you say like, oh, you have RBF, it's like, that's just the way I look. You know, situations like that. Uninspiring. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. There's a lot of directors who want that these days. I think some people believe they go well for main characters, i.e. people can project to them. Oh, that is interesting. Okay, so I guess just to encapsulate that idea, so essentially a director wants a very monotone, gray, kind of almost blasé protagonist actor, so that the viewer can say, I'm like, I can project onto that person and, oh, okay. See, for me, I was very prone to flights of fancy when I watched movies as a younger person, and I loved. Your audio quality is so good, I have to put you at 10%. Yeah, so when it comes to audio, when it comes to especially your vocals, louder is better. Right? I always want my viewer to have to turn the volume down to make things more comfortable, as opposed to having to turn it up. Because there comes a point where you run out of your bandwidth. You can't increase the volume anymore. And you would be more frustrating having to increase the volume to max and not being able to hear me, as opposed to reducing it down and being able to hear me perfectly clearly. So I appreciate that, York. Thank you very, very much. People think we like these movies because we need certain objects or features, but for me, the main reason is the story. Yeah, so I'm a lore and aesthetic guy. I love stories. And my biggest thing with, I guess, what we're talking about right now is I don't care what you do as long as it serves the story, right? Does it make sense within the story for the protagonist to act in this manner, right? If that is the case, then I'm fine. I'm fine with the Timothy Chalamet as long as it serves the story. Because there are roles that work for guys like that. I finally joined the Road Club, NT1 for life. Although it is very sensitive, one time Mrs. Books yelled at me from upstairs, and the audience was like, we heard that. Oh, Jorg, Bear is referring to the Rode NT1, which is the microphone that I use. So I have joined the Road Club. Let's see, chat's moving a little fast. For example, Transformers the first movie was super good. After that, nah, no thanks. Well, and I would say we could even criticize the first Transformers movie. There's like, this is what's difficult, and this is where I have to, I guess, temper myself as a streamer and as a critic of culture. Especially, you know, we talk about things like stop killing games. Couracious, how's it going? Does your microphone use an XLR connection? No. So the Rode NT1 5th generation, which is the microphone I am using right now, has a dual connectivity. So you can choose to connect XLR or you can use USB-C. And I'm using USB-C. Critic of culture, yep. Too often movies rely on spectacle rather than story. That really started in the 80s. Yeah, with a lot of the action movies. So Schwarzenegger, Stallone, kind of the golden age of the action flick, right? The genre that gave us... It gave us Predator, it gave us Commando, it gave us Terminator. And by the way, a lot of these movies still had really good stories, but the spectacle was kind of the focal point. It wasn't the story that kind of drove you to watch more, it was the spectacle of the film that drove you to watch more. Ooh, posh. Yeah, and honestly, that's why I chose this mic, because it was between the Rode NT1 5th Gen, the Shure SM7, I believe SM7. It's the dynamic microphone you always see on podcasts. So the Rode NT1 5th Gen, the Shure SM7, or the Audio-Technica AT4040. Those were my three choices, and this one is the only one that permitted me to purchase the mic and not have to buy an interface, because I don't have a good interface right now. So maybe in the future I retire this microphone to voiceover work and I replace it with a dynamic microphone, which is honestly better for streaming because it kind of numbs out the ancillary noise that is being produced by my room, whereas this is the word is eluding me. I haven't had enough sleep. So there's dynamic microphones, and then there is cardioid's not the word. What is the word I'm looking for? There's dynamic, and it starts with a C. Oh, geez, that's gonna bother the crap out of me. Condenser microphone. Thank God. So dynamic microphone is going to be better for like a podcast, a stream, and that sort of thing. Condenser microphones are going to be better for stuff like voiceover work, because if you're down to a whisper, for example, so, you know, if I'm speaking very, very gently like this microphone is actually going to pick up the volume. I'm not going to get lost. Whereas a dynamic microphone, you do have to project a lot more, which is better for streaming. Books, did you ever see the movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail? What kind of question is that, Avalon? I'm offended that you even asked that. Of course I've seen Monty Python. The witch turned me into a newt. But I got better. One of the most influential comedy movies of all time. Come on now. We do. But now it feels like that is now a standard, rather that I will agree with. Spectacle is not an aspect of genre, it is a standard of filmmaking now. True. I will concur with that point. I am looking to upgrade, but stay in a decent low-end budget, currently using the Razer Siren Mini. So, Jorg, one moment. If you would say no, I'd consider unfollowing you. So, Jorg, I did too. Razer Siren Mini. So this was the microphone that I started the stream with. So if you are on the Discord, I would highly recommend that you look at my video about VST audio filtration. You can get this microphone sounding absolutely fantastic for what it is. It is not going to be the same as something like this, but it is going to be absolutely fantastic as a starting microphone if you know how to filter it. So, save up, obviously. And by the way, Content Delta, which is, I believe, where I met you, Jorg, he has a very good recommendation for a dynamic microphone that does not break the budget. There, I missed a couple things here. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Sorry, I'm trying to see what... Oh, okay, yeah, I see. And... Bigus Dickus. I will approve that. The Life of Brian as well. The Life of Brian was amazing too. Yeah, so... And that is interesting, right? Because I would say that a lot of movies... I really have no compulsion to go see movies now. I don't know if you in the chat kind of agree with me on this point. I really don't go to the theater anymore. I have no urge to. I just say I'll wait for it to come out on Netflix because I am so wary of the fact that... Where in your Discord is said video? Streamer support? I believe it's on streamer support. So make sure that you take a look at the actual full list of channels and make sure that you are subscribed to every list. A lot of people, when they answer the questions, when they come into the Discord, they actually reject a lot of the Discord. Due simply to the fact that they have answered that is not what they're in the Discord for. So, but yeah, I have a video of VST audio filtration and I kind of walk you through how to get the Rode NT1 sounding really, really good. I've only been using this mic probably 2 weeks. So about 8 streams, I've been using this microphone. So this has not been in the channel very long. He has a wife, you know. Oh, you're the same crows. Incontentia buttocks. Walis Waja. You know it is a good movie when you can just say one line and everybody in the room just bursts out into laughters. Not the Dagoth lasagna. Anything but the Dagoth lasagna. I didn't even see it. Just you using Reaper VSTs? Yeah, so as of right now, even now I should say, all of this is done with Reaper VSTs. I had Tarragon Esquire. No sounds again. Oh my god. Okay, so what has been happening, guys, is I have things on monitor and output, and then you guys say there is echo, so I turn it onto monitor only, and you say, I can hear everything fine, this is fantastic. And then I shut the stream down for the day, and I restart the stream, and then you guys say no sounds. So we will change this back to monitor and output. That is so annoying. OBS is really driving me up a wall right now. Okay, so it's on monitor and output again. Try it again and let me know if there's echo, please. I've been in an absolute dogfight with OBS lately. It's absolutely super annoying, which is where it's able to capture monitor mode.
Not
also,
the Dagoth lasagna!
Yeah, so... Is it even saving last set? Well, and this is the thing. Okay, now it works. Okay, cool. I think what might be happening as well is that we are in the just chatting screen, and this might require monitor and output, but then we go into gaming, and then it kind of ties into desktop feed, and that's where we end up having our echo and our issues. I don't know if it's similar on Windows, but OBS whole desktop capture is kind of shit and unreliable. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Ugh. Sorry. I'm like literally, like, this is my tolerance, and OBS has me right here right now. I am just really, really frustrated with the platform. We will, I will never understand software. That's all good. You are not required to. That is all good, my friend. All right, well, I think I have been jawing with you guys for long enough. It's time to get gaming. Now, what I am going to do here, just make sure that we are capturing the correct things here. Okay, so we're all good there. Cool. Just want to make sure we have everything open like it should be. Okay, I think we are good. I've been playing with setting up sub-scenes properly, so different scenes that have mostly the same inputs and are all the same, but only ones that are specific to a scene are individual to the sub-scene. Okay. You and I might have to link up on that one, because I will not say that my OBS setup is optimal. I could probably do with a cleanup of OBS. It's okay, I haven't even been following the stream long, and I know it's mostly just chatting here. I will take that as a compliment. Okay, I got a little lost. What is this video I am looking for and sorting? Okay, no, all good. So what I will do is, I'm just going to pull up the Discord for Jorg quick. So this is the PlayAnyGoodBooksLately Discord on desktop. So you have important info, you have general chatting, you have community support, you have games chatting, you have voiceover and oratory conversations, and then you have books and lore, and then you don't need to worry about the mod chat. So within streamer support, we've got streaming support down here under community support. You come up quite a bit, actually. It's been a while since I posted these. And then, so here, this is going to be kind of this is going to be what lets you know that you're in the right spot. So I have a little cheat sheet for vocal EQ, and these are 2 videos of me talking about VSTs, plugins, this, that, and the other thing. And then I come down, and this right here is a little video that I've done to walk people through upgrading the look of their camera as well. And this one, I have a death counter over here. Sep, Servus, my friend, welcome in. It is good to have you as ever. No, don't feel silly. Don't feel silly. Hi, I can't stay because I'm in Ottawa for a few more hours. No, all good, Cryptid. Welcome in. It's awesome to have you. I hope you are enjoying your time in Canada's den of scum and villainy, otherwise known as Ottawa. But yeah, so streaming support right here, under community support, you will find in the Discord just a little walkthrough, and in this video, I can actually play a blurb of it for you as well if you would like, but essentially this is me walking through how to get my really, really cheap starting microphone, my Razer Siren Mini, to sound as good as it possibly can. I bought a bunch of new clothes, and I went to a blues fest yesterday and saw Hozier. That is awesome. What other bands did you see? I'm not I'm more of a metalhead myself, rock, metal, that kind of thing, but I do mess around in every genre a little bit. Other than country, western, and I guess you would say like hip hop. I really don't vibe with those musics too much, but I like classical, metal, techno, rock, all that stuff. I will be lurking while I get educated. All good. And by the way, I do not say that this is the best. This is the best explanation, but this is what I did to get sounding quite good on a very, very cheap microphone. I vibe with the older country. Cash. I almost don't consider Cash country, though. Johnny Cash, I almost don't consider him country. I guess, yeah. I guess you could make the argument, yeah. But Cash is one of those artists that I feel like he transcends genre. Dolly Parton is, she's country. That's just the way it is.
The audacity of this bitch.
Gotta go by. Cryptid, thank you so much for dropping in and even saying hello. And by the way, if you guys don't have time to hop in the chat or type lurk within the chat commands, we do have a check-in command for channel rewards. So if you just want to let us know that you're here, you can just check in for 5 channel points. Fair with Cash? Yeah, like his cover of 9 Inch Nails was so absolutely heartbreaking. And that, man, I go back to, I have to prepare myself to listen to that song. It makes me really emotional. Johnny Cash singing that song, that was so good nobody remembers the... Exactly. And that is where I say he transcends genre. He's just so good. He might not be everyone's cup of tea, by the way, but he is... In my mind, he is absolutely incredible. What Trent said, it's not my song anymore. What do you mean Johnny Cash has been everywhere? How do you mean everywhere? I like to think he's been most... Oh, yeah, he's a world-renowned artist. Yeah, he's toured. I mean, I guess you could say that he probably hasn't... Yeah, probably hasn't been to, the Middle... I mean, maybe he's even been to the Middle East, I don't know. But he's such a prolific artist. Yeah, very, very, very good. Yeah. I've been oh, yeah. Meow. Alright, now we are good to go. Jin, welcome in. Awesome to have you today. Jin is a new friend from the Daggerfall streams. That happens to me every now and again, guys. Things just go over my head. Okay, now let's just catch up with where we were. Still haven't updated the read redeem. One moment. I can actually do that live. Because that was a good idea. I can do that. Let's see. So we've got channel points, and then we have read. There's read. Okay, text and speech. Now, show redemption message, okay. That's an option, cool. Say alert text, no. You want to say redemption message. Font Roboto. Visuals and sound. Hold on, I'm having a glitch. Is Johnny Cash's I've Been Everywhere related to the classic Aussie one? Like, there's a lot of similarity in lyrics, but replace the place names. I think you were on your way to the Old Mages Guild. Yes. Yeah. I got that from the ingredient list. 100%. Let's see. Okay, we're good. And then say redemption message. Yeah, we'll say alert text as well. We'll save changes. And then we just gotta change that. So E 6817 F. Good to go. A little bit of drop shadow. And let's change the font. Do they have any of my preferred fonts? That is the question. And they don't appear to. That's unfortunate. I guess that is going to be the closest I can get. Okay, we're good to go. It was originally an Aussie song. I didn't even know there's an Aussie. Yeah, I didn't know either. To be fair, I don't listen to a ton of Johnny Cash. Show redemption message. Nope. Okay, that should work for the read redeem now. That should work. Okay, we are good to go. Let us journey to the Old Mages Guild now. There's like a there's a version for every country. That is super cool.
Psst. Hey. Nice books.
Ginera has requested read.
Okay. I refreshed and everything? Okay. Let's see. Okay, so that's not what we need to use then. Let's just pull this up then. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, I changed it in Twitch. I use all my sound rewards through Twitch. 'Cause it's kind of the easiest to do. Yeah, all my sound rewards are through Twitch. You did not hear- oh my god, really? Hi. And you made it text entry? Yeah? Yeah, I did. I did. Oh well, we're just gonna drop that for now. I will mess with that later. You did hear it. Okay. Interesting. Visuals and sound. Alright, well, we're just gonna drop that for now, because obviously I do have to do some gaming. But yeah, it was the text specifically, no dice. Twitch be twitchin', that is correct. Now, let's see. Gotta remember the way. So yeah, we head down and over. Yeah, I'll have to look into that after the stream. Here, 1 second. I'll make myself a quick little note here. So... let's see. So we'll do text. Rec 4. Text requirement for read redeem. Okay, we are in my notes officially now. Okay, now... believe we need to head down a little bit further. So for those of you who are actually interested in Siege of Avalon and not just here to hang out and have a good time, we are playing the Siege of Avalon. This is one of my absolute favorite CRPGs. CRPGs stand for computer RPGs, and it is a genre that includes the likes of Baldur's Gate, Diablo, kind of. Diablo's more of an ARPG, which stands for Action RPG. But the likes of Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, Pathfinder Kingmaker, Temple of Elemental Evil, games like, basically, 2.5D, pre-rendered backgrounds, very, very deep story, very, very deep lore, a lot of customizability, lots of RP mechanics. Divine Divinity is another one, thank you very much. I would even consider, well, this one is a stretch, but I do often say that Dragon Age is a console game with CRPG bones. Because Dragon Age is very much in the vein of a lot of these games in many, many ways. But anyways, this particular game is my favorite in the genre of computer RPGs. I really, really adore this game. And, by the way, that is not to say that this game is superior to your favorite CRPG or anything like that. I just happen to have a very committed love to this particular game. I have a lot of good memories with this game, and I enjoy the gameplay loop immensely. I enjoy the story. I think the lore is particularly fascinating. And in particular, I absolutely love the character customization wheel. The fact that you can rock so much armor. I studied history for most of my post-secondary, if not, yeah, all of my post-secondary education. I don't know why I said most. And if you actually study how knights used to dress, they were like ogres and onions. They had layers. And this game permits you to have layers. So you wear a lot of armor in this game to give yourself your resistances. Now, okay, so we have the old bones of giants. We have a scale of the Naga. And what we are missing... we do need to talk to him, I believe, to get the next item. Because we need 2 bones from giant, a tear of a golem, and a Naga scale. And I believe Rogmore told me that I need to speak to him about where to find... It's extensive, absolutely. Oh man, I loved old school inventory Tetris. Yes, and I believe that this game did that old school inventory Tetris the best. Simply because you have so much customizability. It's not simply gauntlets, breastplate, greaves, boots, done, right? you're actually, you know, you've got 3 layers of like chest armor, you've got your shoulder armor, you've got your arm armor, you've got your hand armor, you've got your neck armor and your head armor. He told you that the Mages Guild is missing a book, which you already have in your inventory. Yes. You're back, Tome. Do you have everything we need? No, I just want to look around here again. Oh, jeez. Okay. That sucks. So, I need a Tear of a Golem. I still need a Tear of a Golem. Okay. The zombie cemetery at the Necromancer's Guild is no longer a threat. He seemed to have an enormous resistance to my attacks. Fortunately, I was able to win. It can be found in... So, are you talking about the... So, okay. I do want to ask. Because, honestly, playing through all of these DLCs, I sometimes feel like I'm not paying attention properly. However, you're having to actively point out a lot of stuff within the game and where to find these things. And I'm wondering where the evidence is that points me in the direction of what I need to be finding. Because I'm okay doing the mental gymnastics in order to get to a certain goal, but the game needs to give me a kernel. It needs to give me something to start with. And the quest here really it gives me ingredients. Often it's written down in the adventure, sometimes in the conversation with the NPC. So let's go back. We're going to find out the... That's why you could use the no... Oh, I see. Okay. So this is Orlan. Now, let's see where he gave me evidence of the location of the Tear of the Golem. Now, he did make mention of the old... So this is where Orlan is, I guess the old Mages Guild, and there's another old Mages Guild in the graveyard. Or I guess the old Necromancer's Guild. And I looked around quite extensively, and I couldn't find the Tears of a Golem in there. It was at the Elven... Okay. But I went there. Okay, we're gonna hop over. Wrong way. So, old Elven Outpost. Actually, you know what? We can just do this. And I couldn't open the door without the book. Right. My memory is starting to go. I'm only on 4 hours of sleep, ladies and gentlemen, so bear with me slightly. Yeah, I was super well rested yesterday, full of piss and vinegar for the stream, like, felt really, really good. And then I couldn't get to sleep until like 4 AM. And now I'm really, really tired again. Okay, you need to move, because I need to get up here. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll make our way to the Old Mages Guild. Now, wasn't that... I think that was here. I think there was like a secret entrance or something. There we go. No. No, this is not the Old Mages Guild. It was an area that we went to, but... But yeah, I often feel like, and I don't know if it's my tendency as a player, but I often find that I am not, like in the original game, I guess it's my familiarity with it. I'm able to discover quite a bit of stuff, just naturally playing the game. But I found in these expansions in particular, stuff is very, very hidden. Much more so than the original game. And I'm getting quite lost. And Sep is having to rescue me, per se. Which, you know, is fine for this playthrough, but it's kind of not my ideal situation. Yeah, it's definitely because so original Siege of Avalon, it is my recollection of the original game that kind of helps me get through it. Okay. Interesting. And I think I'm kind of resting on my laurels a little bit when it comes to that. Tear of a Golem, alright. Luckily it was small, because my inventory is very full. I'm kind of resting on my laurels a little bit when it comes to the original game. And this is a bit of a struggle for me because I can't do that. I don't have any pre-existing knowledge. So all my instincts are not wrong, but I'm not exercising the actual mechanic of the game, which is whenever the adventure log pops up, you should probably read it. As it turns out, Rogmore was once a member of the Mages Guild before he came to Avalon, so he knew what was needed to be able to enter this small room. When I put the book on the shelf of the old Mages Guild, this locked door opened by itself. I can finally get the Golem's tear. And yeah, the notes function is also really important. So what I think I need to start doing is, and actually, I'm going to write my real life notes. Whenever I end a playthrough for the stream, we should make a note and do a little write-up for ourselves on what we've done for the stream and where we're going to be picking up on the next stream. There we go. Use real-life notes to remember using in-game notes, yes. Here. There. There's my first note. Start taking notes, dummy. And now, we don't need to go back to the castle. We can just head down. Honestly, that is the way my mind works. You guys should see my schedule. I keep a schedule that actually accounts for all of my time, so that I don't miss anything. For some extra TP, you can give the Ethel the key back. Ooh, okay. Oh, that's right, he wanted the key back. He did say that. Yeah, we'll hop up and have a chat with him. So, Sep, one thing, and I know you've said this is kind of difficult, but I would really be interested if in your next mod packet, if you could get music playing during the forest stages. Oh, he's in the other area. Yeah, he's down here somewhere. Because I do find that the lack of music within this within the forests and stuff is noticeable. I dislike not having music in my games. What can I do for you? I've done everything. Here, you can have the key back. I see. You can be relied on. I'm glad. Is there anything else I can do for you? Not for now. Fare you well. Hop down here. Would be possible, maybe a bit of work, but not complicated. So yeah, adding music to peaceful places without enemies would be better. Yeah, so, and I'm just saying this from the perspective of, you know, like we're walking through the forest and playing the game, and it's very conspicuous because the rest of the game has such rich musical scores. The music in this game is absolutely fantastic. Really second to none in the genre. And then you come into the forest stages, and it's literally crickets. I just think it's a missed opportunity, that's all. And I would be interested, unfortunately Alan isn't in the audience right now, but I would be very interested to see kind of what the logic of the developer was, as far as that goes. Oh, you're back, Tom. Do you have everything we need? Yes, I have all of the ingredients. Outstanding. I will now take care of the magic. Mix the ingredients together. He speaks a magic spell, and the mixed ingredients start to burn and evaporate. And is that supposed to be that? Why, yes. They should have forgotten their past now. All right, then I'll report back to Sir Ralcon, and I'll wait for further orders. Wait, Tom. I'm so sick of living out here in the Veld. I would like to come to the castle with you. I see. But right now I have other things to do here. Oh, no problem, just follow me. Come with me. Oh, hello. Hi. No! My followers are not allowed to die. It's not permitted. Okay. No! Damn it! See, this is why I don't like having followers. I don't like being responsible for people's lives. Sad this is not hard mode. I mean, feels like hard mode. Mickey, welcome into the chat. Awesome to have you as always. Alright, okay, we will pop... Oh my god! Why are you so squishy? Use your spells, you idiot! Alright. Cast Ore of Iron on this numbnuts. Running right into the enemies. Okay, this is going better. They're actually letting me run interference. Now you must die.
It's time to
Okay. You need to be magic defensive. Why are you fighting melee? Why are you fighting melee? Wizards. Why was his base stat melee? That makes no sense. What an absolute tool. Absolute tool. I hate it here. All right. Oh, well, okay, does that count? That's not my death, though. It's not my death. But I did have to restart. Alright. If Orlan dies, the death screen comes anyways. Yes. The death counter has increased. I will take that on the chin. I deserve it. Okay, I think next map I'll be able to fast travel. No, really? Interesting. The fast travel honestly saves so much time, though. It is, like, such a good addition to the game. Oh, and I can't fast travel. Oh, right. So this is a protection mission, in essence. So we have to get back to Avalon. I wonder why we were attacked, like why this is a protection mission though. There we go. We are back in Avalon and he is no longer with us. Cool. Okay, so Sir Ralkun is in the Inner Keep level 1, I believe. Adventure. Orlan has now gone to his friend Rogmore. Pardon me, I hit the mic. I'm sure that they will be very happy to see each other again. Orlan and I successfully performed the amnesia spell. Orlan at least thinks so, but he is very sure that it worked. Sir Ralkun. How's it going, Tom? The magician cast a powerful spell for which he also needed a few ingredients. This destroys the entire memory of the Naga and the lizardmen regarding their past. Ah, I understand. Then take a quick look and see what the lizardmen have to say now. I will. This might be interesting. That was fast. Oh, hi! Alright. Welcome back, Tom. What did the lizardmen say? I bring bad news. They didn't say anything. The guard attacked me, so I had to kill him and come back here. Not only have they forgotten their dispute with the Naga, they also forgot everything else. Oh no. That can't be true. Sorry, that was... Oh, no. Oh, that can't be true. Now we have two other enemies who are hostile to us. At least there aren't many of them in our region. What are our next orders? I will send 2 troops to execute both the lizard men in their cave and the Nagas in their swamp. You should take a rest. Alright. I have confidence in the capabilities of our troops. They will begin against the lizardmen and the Naga. What kind of places I have visited to get the necessary ingredients for Orlan's amnesia spell? There is the Necromancer's Guild, which seems to be abandoned. Still, I found the 2 bones in a chest, but the Necromancers secure their treasures. I was hit by a curse that caused severe pain and restricted combat. Another place was the Mage's Guild, where I found a golem's tear. I was only able to get the chest through several detours. After all, there was no danger involved. Since I'm a friend of the elves, getting there wasn't a problem. I got the Naga scale from the Naga. The chief proved to be extremely helpful once again. When I asked him about it, he cut it out. He cut a scale out without much hesitation and handed it to me. However, I didn't tell him the truth about the use of the scale either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given it to me. Anyway, the amnesia spell has now been performed by Orlan. Afterwards, I found out that he had enough of the lonely life in the Veld and wanted to move to the castle. This shouldn't be much of a problem. It looks like Orlan and I failed. The lizard men forgot the dispute with the Naga, but the amnesia spell made also both the Naga and the lizard men forget about their pasts with the HOUL. Now these are our enemies again. Soralkan has just sent 2 troops to execute them. Our orders had the best trainer. Our soldiers had the best trainers here, so I have no doubt that they will emerge victorious. But I fear that some will not survive. How many won't see the sunrise again? The only thing about the overall situation is that there live only a few Naga and lizardmen near the castle. Maybe I should visit Rogmore. Maybe I can find Orlan there and tell him about the misery. That sounds like a good idea. Orlan, you suck! And he does. He sucks. Damn wizards. The only thing worse than a wizard is an Argonian. Wizard. Rogmore. Yes, Tome? Well, I thought Orlan was with you. Orlan? Oh, I know who you mean. He was here before. After a talk, he went to the upper floor of the inner keep. There he is now in a new quarter. Thank you for the information, but tell me, wasn't the name Orlan, right? His name is Marlon. Then I must have misheard back then. Goodbye. It was a little strange when I mentioned Orlan's name to Rogmore. At first, he didn't seem to know who I was talking about, almost as if Rogmore's friend had a different name. I asked him about it, and he said that his friend's name is Marlon. It could be all right, but something tells me different. Maybe I should ask around a bit about him in the castle. But who to ask? Just anyone? We have the magic trainer in the South Gate we could talk to. Because I'm assuming all the mages in the castle know who he is. What can I do for you, Tome? You did already talk to that special NPC. He's quite old. He's quite old. Like, old in age or old in the fact that I met him long ago? In age. Old NPC that I've spoken to already. There was an adventure written down about him. Okay. There's Crowler. He's not old though. Okay, we got Milan. He's in my party. We had the Monk Lig. Razman, welcome in. Thank you for holding the fort in YouTube, as ever. It was a sir. Okay. Yep. Yep. Sumne. Tome, welcome back. How do you cope with your orders? Well, let's say I did my job, but it was a I I understand. I've never been great with friends. I've never been great friends with the Naga and lizard men, but having them against us doesn't make it any easier. But I don't blame you for that. What exactly happened? I was entrusted with finding a magician in the Veld. He recently called Rogmore telepathically. He said he knew how to form alliances with the lizardmen and the Naga at the same time. One would have to erase their memory, but their past they had together. And that didn't quite work? Not at all. I've gathered all the ingredients for this powerful spell, but it hasn't had the desired effect. They forgot everything, and thus became our enemies. Who exactly was this mysterious magician? As I said, an old friend of Rogmore. It seems that he trusted him. His name is Orlan. No, wait. Rogmore corrected me. His name's Marlin. I can remember an old magician named Orlan, but that was before Rogmore was here, and I was still in command. Back then, too, there were a few problems that Orlan seemed to be behind, but we never caught him. He could flee far enough. I suspect the magician is playing a double game. He didn't... That's a bad translation. He wasn't paying attention when he told you his name. I think something is wrong. I knew I hadn't heard wrong when the magician told me his name, Orlan. It looks like he wasn't paying close attention when he told me his name indeed, but now, I fear there's a new problem. Are you saying that this renegade wizard is now in the castle? You have to find him before he does something bad. I'll report this to Sir Ralcon immediately. I already know where Orlan is supposed to be. Wait, Tome. I think I'll be useful for a few battles. I have nothing more to do now. I would like to accompany you in the future. It would be my honor to fight with you. Then what are you waiting for? Ha! I am dying to finally catch Orlan. Alright, now you need to be... So, Sir Adam is defensive, Sir Monet... so let's make him aggressive, and Sir Monet is going to be defensive melee. So Sir Monet hopefully will protect Milan. We'll save our game. It is a very good plot twist, actually. Still on your feet? I'm afraid that something bad has happened. When I talked to Sir Monet, your predecessor, about the problem with the lizardmen. I understand. Rogmore's not to blame for this, but it is necessary that Orlan has to be disposed of. Immediately. It was me who helped Orlan so far, albeit ignorantly. I will be the one to strike him down. I'm happy about your zest for action. Here is the key to the inner keep. It can grant you access to most areas here. Thank you for your confidence in me. I will not fail. Goodbye. May the good spirits protect you, Tome. Alright, let's see where Orlan is. Okay. It looks like Orlan is struck against Avalon again. Sir Monet believes it is the same wizard as it was back when he was commander in Avalon. Orlan appears to be an ally of the Necromancer. He knew that Rogmore did not know anything about his past with Avalon since he was still living in Fornax at the time, and they had not seen each other for dozens of years. Sir Monet, my father's former commander, would like to join my roster. Despite his age, he will certainly do well. I have to kill Orlan, by hook or by crook. Alright. So Orlan is quartered in the inner keep. Let's find this guy. Should be easy to find, his robes are very obvious. And we should have enough mages that we can protect ourselves against him quite easily. Or he's an absolute monster and he's going to kill us all. We shall see. Okay, we'll check over this way, but I doubt he's quartered over here. He may be, though. He is better than before in the Veld, that's for sure. Ooh, dear. So the ghosts were actually trying to protect me. Or rather, protect the world. Okay. So these are the Knights' quarters. Protect the world from devastation, to unite all people within our nation. To denounce the true... What was it? To denounce the... To denounce the something of truth and love, and to launch ourselves to the stars above. To denounce the evils of truth and love.
You, but you mind saving your damn king?
Game is saved. It is saved. Oh god. Oh god. Not good. Can we start attacking, guys? Please? Get him. Boom. That is how we do it. Okay, time for some Tetris. Don't need those boots, but I do need this. James was amazing, never gave a shit for him as a kid, but watching his crazy shit now, he is the best. You know what? It's so crazy going back and watching all of those animated shows that we always watched as kids. Even stuff like, Pokemon, SpongeBob, Yu-Gi-Oh! There was so much humor injected into those animated shows that was for our parents. And it just went straight over our head as kids. Razman and YouTube were finally getting temps of over 27 Celsius and going up. Well, I'm sorry about that. I know that in Europe you guys don't have a lot of air conditioning, so hopefully you're staying cool. As I drink my hot coffee in my 18 degrees Celsius basement. Yeah, that... And SpongeBob in particular, I will say, was super, super bad for this. Alright, are you guys not gonna follow me? You just... Oh, you're all off of my roster now. Ooh, interesting. I had an iced coffee this morning, so good. I enjoy iced coffee that's a little bit sweeter. I can have black cold coffee, but a black iced coffee is not my vibe. And honestly, if I can't have cream and just a little titch of sugar in my iced coffee, I'm not really into it too much. So I've stayed away from iced coffee since I can't have dairy anymore. The reason for the part, yeah, it was for this particular quest. I understand. I usually add Fairlife protein shake to my coffee. Mrs. Books does that too. Yeah, that's one of her go-tos to get some protein. Did you kill Orlan? Yes, I did. Now we can breathe. I knew that I could trust in your abilities. I thank you on behalf of all Avalon. It was also more or less my duty to do so. I will now withdraw. See you soon, Sir Racklin. My companions will look after Orlan's body while I am gone, and report to Sir Ralkin. After all, Orlan is a master of magic who knows if he hasn't found a way to be resurrected. So should he ever die... Sorry, pardon me, I read that in the wrong tone. After all, Orlan is a master of magic, and who knows if he hasn't found a way to be resurrected. Or who knows if he hasn't found a way to be resurrected. So should he ever die, well, we're definitely on the safe side. My earbuds are falling out. The technical one is, they weren't set to level up with your stats. The later they should do, but this needs a reload with them being on your, oh, I see, okay. Morlon is now dead. His racketeering, which had been going on for decades, is now over. Sir Monet will consider himself lucky. After all, he already knew him because Morlon was already causing problems back then. He was a commander in the castle. Unfortunately, they never caught him. For today, we were barely able to avert a bad incident because Morlon was already in the inner keep. I think he didn't have enough time to make much trouble. Even if he was Rogmore's old friend, I think Rogmore will not show any sadness about Morlon's death. The only drop of bitterness is the loss of a few soldiers and the no longer possible alliance with the Lizardmen and the Naga. So, one interesting thing is why was he causing all those issues? Why was he doing the things he was doing? You know, we don't really have any... I suppose that would come later in the story, if at all. But it would be very interesting to me to find out what his motivations were. Oh, Tom, what's the matter? A new day is dawning, sir. I'll report to duty again. Good that you're back here so early. I have a concern that should also affect you personally. You are expected in the port of Avalon today because Captain Grindbert will take you to Nissos with his ship. He was an ally to, well, I mean, that much is obvious, but I like stories that go deeper than that. It's like, why are you allied with the Necromancer? Why do you think that this is... Why do you ally yourself with the bad guy as opposed to sticking with the good guys? That sort of thing. Ah, the realm of sailors. What exactly is there to do, and why is it that it's also about me? I'll just give you the reason for it without the preambles. Your father, who is believed to be dead, showed up there. Who? Who showed up there? You heard right, Tom. After the first battle against the old Necromancer, both supposedly died. Your father's body was gone, however. No one was able to find him, but a few soldiers who survived later said they saw him die. It's so strange. It raises so many questions. That's true. First, assuming he survived then why did he disappear and never show up again in Avalon? He finally freed us from the old Necromancer's machinations. Secondly, what did the soldiers who told us the opposite really see? Last, but not least, of course, why has he now reappeared in Nissos? This is definitely my mission to find out. But don't forget that you have something else to do. I will say, Sup, this effect that you have added here makes things very hard to read sometimes. General Nissos recently refused to support us. Without a detailed explanation, they sent us a message and rejected our alliance. It seems to be getting worse and worse. Hopefully this can be solved better this time than last time with the Naga and the Lizardmen. Generals, oh, so there's a typo, I see. The final ghoul, welcome in, my friend. It's amazing to have you. I always ask when people hop into the chat, are you a fan of the Siege of Avalon? Or the games that we play, I should say? Or did you just come in from like the live feed or something? Regardless, it's very good to have you, my friend. Welcome in. It seems to be getting worse and worse. Hopefully, okay, we already said that. I hope so too. Otherwise, it looks very dark for us. So find all about your father's appearance and the general's reasons for breaking the alliance with us. One last question, sir. Can other soldiers accompany me? Can you explain the way to the wharf? The harbor is to the west of the castle. You have to go through the Merchant's Bailey, which is next to the Outer Bailey. Thank you for the information. Can other soldiers accompany me? At the moment, we have a lot of idle time, so you can take 4 people with you as usual. You came in because you saw my username and you loved it. Well, thank you very much. The game we are playing today is actually the namesake for my channel name. My channel name obviously being PlayAnyGoodBooksLately. Siege of Avalon's advertisement phrase was played any good books lately. The developer was called Digital Tome, so it was very apropos. And this game... So, I guess since you're new to the community, I'll do a little explanation on what I do here. So, I'm a variety streamer, and I like to say that I give a voice to the voiceless games. So, in this channel, we focus on story-driven games that are a little bit obscured from the mainstream conversations that occur around gaming. So here we do not play games that have a large player base, I guess you would say. I want to use my content to help old games and newer games that don't have a reputation yet gain more reputation within social media and hopefully gain player base. Siege of Avalon is the game that inspired me to do that. This is my favorite computer RPG of all time. I really, really love this game, and nobody knows about it. There's a very devoted fan base, a very small devoted fan base, but most people do not know about these games. So I've taken it upon myself to play the games and make sure that they're gaining some reputation. So on weekdays, I do have to grow as a channel. So I do have a growth game, which is The Elder Scrolls number 3, Morrowind. So Tuesdays and Thursdays I stream Morrowind. A lunatic fan base. So Tuesdays and Thursdays I stream The Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central. Fridays I stream either Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura or The Elder Scrolls Chapter 2, Daggerfall, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central Standard. And then Saturday is Siege of Avalon Day. Saturday is the day that is devoted to the game that motivated me to make my channel. And that is a 6-hour stream, so we do 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's so cool. I appreciate it. My goal is to get like-minded individuals that love games to circle the wagons around my channel and this community. And got a header, bestie. Have a great rest of your stream and have a great weekend. Mickey, thank you so much for tuning in. It has been amazing having you in the chat, as ever. So, Ghoul, are there any... I'll put the question to you. Are there any games that you love that you... The Dagoth Wave is playing, so everybody, hype emotes in the chat. When the Dagoth Wave plays, we dance.
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my
And drink coffee, because I'm very tired today.
Come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart.
Here, I will join you.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Oh, Barry was Mickey.
I'm a god. I'm a god.
So, before the Dagoth wave, I'll put the question to you, Ghoul. Do you have any games that you love that you wish got more screen time? Do you have any games that you love that are obscure from the mainstream conversation around games that you wish got some more playtime and got some more exposure on Twitch? And I stream on YouTube as well, by the way. Jet, welcome to the chat. How's it going? Elder Scrolls is sacrilege. You're sacrilege, Avalon. Elder Scrolls is amazing. Love me some Elder Scrolls. Siege of Avalon is my favorite CRPG, but the Elder Scrolls is my favorite fantasy universe. Okay, so we need to go to the Outer Bailey. May Elder Scrolls be purged. Oh, Avalon. What are we going to do with you, sir? Oh god of gaming, please. What do you... Okay, no. Mr. Sarcasm. Mr. Sarcasm. I will put it back to you. Why do you think the Elder Scrolls needs to be purged? We can have a conversation about it. Let's go. Come on. Put your money where your mouth is, dude. I wish Tell Me Why got a lot more exposure, honestly. But that's one of Don't Nod's best games. Tell Me Why. Interesting. I'm gonna look that up quick, actually. Is it on Steam? Tell Me Why. It's free. Okay. Let's see. Tell Me Why is a multi-award-winning episodic adventure game from Don Todd Entertainment in which twins use their supernatural bond to discover the truth of their troubled past. Interesting. So, okay, so this is a Telltale style game. By the looks of it. Yeah, episodic, so it's Telltale style, yeah. So, I think you will find the history of Siege of Avalon particularly interesting then. So, Ghoul, Siege of Avalon was one of the first attempts at an episodic release of a video game. And that is one of the reasons why the sales struggled, frankly speaking. And so essentially the release of Siege of Avalon was you got chapters 1 and 2 as your introit to the game. Then you got chapters 3, 4, and 5 as your... yeah, not something shit. Avalon, you're just being contrarian now. Chapters 3, 4, and 5 were class-specific. So, Chapter 3 was your warrior quest, Chapter 4 was your scout quest, and Chapter 5 was your wizard's quest. And then Chapter 6 closed out the game. And it was an episodic release. It was released as little diskettes. And people... We obviously have an anthology version now, but...
A new hand touches the beacon.
Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Chapter 1 was for free, yes. Well, and this is what's kind of remarkable about Siege of Avalon's struggles, right? It's kind of remarkable to me because the developer actually really went to bat for the consumer and made sure that their game was very, very accessible. But again, I don't think the world was ready for an episodic release, and I think episodic releases still struggle to this day. Telltale Games was successful, but other episodic series, they really struggle. I don't think it's ungrateful gamers. I think human beings take the path of least resistance. And if you make a game difficult to consume, or more convoluted to consume, people are just not going to consume that game. And I think that is just that's because of the human condition. I think that is down to the fact that we just don't, we want convenience. Our brains are wired to seek comfort and convenience. If I get something for free, I would support that before anything else. Well, and it's interesting that you say that, though, because we also have quite a bit of skepticism when things are free now. Because a lot of the times when a product is released for free, we will infer inferiority. Why is it free? If you have a good product, why aren't you charging for it? Why are you giving it away? Is it because you have to give it away? Right? There's many considerations in a conversation like this. It's a shame that Siege of Avalon did badly, definitely. Getting a taste of the game, correct. But you surely see my point, yes? All right. Let's see if we have any quests on the quest board. Okay, I think we can drop the letter from the Necromancer's Guild. And I don't think we need any of these, really. Moonfell, I've gotten used to the fact that if something is free, usually you are the product. Oh, man. Okay. So, you're right. And that is because remember, money is the most important thing in the world. F community, F family, etc., etc. Oh man, you guys, yeah. Just, nothing is for free besides death. And even that costs you your life. Nothing is free besides death, but even that costs you your life. It's true. I tried following the video setup, but I don't think it's the right thing for me due to the fact my studio setup is in the living room, so all the noise comes from kids and animals. Did you set up... Well, okay. So the sound setup, what are you saying, like you have to use push to talk? Are you saying you have to use, like, excessive noise suppression? Like, what are you saying? Because in that case, what you need is a dynamic microphone, because this is a condenser microphone. The Razer Siren that you said you're using, this is condenser. So if you're getting a lot of background noise, you need to buy a dynamic mic. So go to... Mathman has a really good recommendation for a dynamic mic that is incredibly cheap. Go to Content Delta and ask in his Discord. He'll hook you up. So, I want to address what Moonfell just said. If something is free, you are the product. And that is a product of social media, and that is a product of the microtransactive culture that we have. Copy that, much appreciation. Jorg, all good, my friend. Enjoy. So, we are inundated with information, and we are inundated with calls for our attention. Our attention is what makes money now. Why do content creators make money off of ads? Right? Why do content creators make money off of ads? Because Twitch is paying me for capturing your attention. The thing that sells in the modern era is attention. Yes, cars and commodities, they still transact the same way they always have, but what is really selling is attention, because we are always, and I mean always, on this. Every waking moment for most people is spent on this device. So attention, right, but that is an attention grabber, Bear, right? Sex is always sold, but OF and other platforms such of it, what was the device? I didn't see, but you're on your phone. You are on the device. The device is your phone. We spend every waking moment, at least most of us who are not counterculture, I would say, spend most of our waking moments on these devices. B, welcome in on YouTube. Hello, beautiful humans. I can only lurk, so I shall lurk on YouTube. Please don't call me out for literally being mobile gang. I'm not calling you out. Much of what we do in life now necessitates a cellular device. Fame has also value in gaming. So, again, the main commodity of sale right now is attention. All platforms, Instagram, TikTok, OnlyFans, all of these platforms, they want one thing, and one thing only. How do I keep you here for as long as possible so that you can watch ads and you can spend money? And if you're not going to spend money, ads will make us money. And how do I get you to stay here for as long as humanly possible? That is the algorithm we follow these days. I've been thinking of being more countercultural, like honestly, especially with the more and more AI shite, really tempted to run an old school dumb phone, or a completely open source Android with no Google. Well, your theory works for Gen Z, not for millennials. I would argue it works for most people. Again, unless you are countercultural, this permeates society. I see Gen Xers. All that changes is the content you consume. That's all that changes. So a Gen Xer will be watching Uncle Tony's Garage on YouTube, finding out how to fix his lawnmower. A millennial will be, I don't know, watching Twitch. A Gen Zer or a Gen Alpha will be on TikTok scrolling every 6 seconds because nothing's keeping their attention. There is so much compatibility that comes with mobile devices from social media, streaming to porting games and running emulations from older consoles. Society used to be in person. Now even then, it's via the lens of corpo-controlled device. So, okay. This is a dichotomy, especially because I am streaming to you guys. This is a very strange conversation. You guys are literally typing on your devices to me, who is across the world, so that we can have a conversation. Right? This almost speaks to the fact that we are slaves to these devices. Although I would hope that you do not think of the stream that way. I would hope that you feel like you get some value from being here with me and hanging out. But what is interesting is society used to be in person I type nothing except now and now. Well, many people die because of making selfies on, yeah, well, okay. I'm trying to collect my thoughts in real time. I have a lot of thoughts that I'm considering. So you're telling me, brother, as another streamer, it's all weird. F the world that error. So I think that these devices and that the internet are a tool. And I said during yesterday's stream that the internet accentuates features of society. So you've got like the good end of the spectrum and you've got the bad end of the spectrum, and the internet is the algorithm of the internet is hype based, shall we say. So whatever's doing the best on this end and doing the best on this end is going to get the most attention. Not in the middle. Over here and over here. And I think the way that we make the internet is actually one of the best things that's happened to the world. I can find all of the information I want on this device. Good thing, right? Also bad thing. I can find all the information I want on this device. Even BS information. What is information? What is valid information? It used to be that if you wanted information, you consulted an encyclopedia that came from a publisher that you just trusted. Maybe they weren't correct, but you trusted the publisher. You trusted the encyclopedia. You trusted the institutions. But now, the extremes are exemplified, so we no longer know where to place our trust. We no longer know if that source of information that we are finding is valid. But that doesn't mean the internet is necessarily a bad thing. Everything can be molested. Everything can be misused. And the internet is certainly being misused in many ways. But it is through building community and having informed conversations with moderate individuals that we can come to. Several times a week, I take long walks in the forest and don't bring my phone. Not being bombarded with information from the internet feels so good. By the way, if you want to cure your anxiety and a lot of your mental health woes, put your phone down. I'm being dead serious, by the way. Put your phone down. Touch grass, guys. That was one of the things. I started having wicked anxiety. And it's because I was watching the news. I was getting so freaked out. As someone old enough to remember the old internet, same. Yeah, it's amazing, but has gone really weird and toxic. That's why I don't even have social media like Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and so on. Yeah. So what I do, and a little bit less so now because obviously I'm on a social platform, right? So, again, I will remind people of channel rules that we agreed to when we started chatting. I want to come at this from a perspective of life improvement, not politics. Politics is not what I want out of this conversation. Politics is useless. I want to come at this from a perspective of life improvement. How do we make our lives better in a world that has something like the internet? And I want to focus on the positives that can be derived from things like social media. I consider Twitch a social media platform. Right? What are we doing right now if not being social? We are engaging socially with each other in this moment. And I would say that we're having a fairly positive experience, right? The internet can be positive, but you have to hold yourself to a standard. I have to hold myself to a standard. And we have to show the world what it can be like. I bet nobody will talk to each other. Well, you know what? I disagree. Because human nature necessitates social interaction. And it's one of the reasons that we feel so isolated in today's culture. But frankly speaking, connection, an immense amount of connection can be had through interacting on the internet. I've connected with you guys, I would say, in a very profound way. That's one of the reasons I love streaming so much. Because I get to come in here and I get to have these really, really cool conversations with everybody watching the stream. That's not a negative thing. And I would encourage everybody to seek the good. True, yes, people are losing social skills. That is true. But I like to seek the positive. Nihilism has no utility. When you look at the reaction of people to COVID isolation, though there was a lot of unhealthy due to recognized pain from social isolation, they fought for connection, regardless of whether it was healthy or unhealthy. True. Because a lot of people, when they don't know, and this goes to what Sepp is saying, right? Social ineptitude. You're still fighting for connection. You just don't know how to get it. You don't know where to seek it in a healthy way. And that's where I think things like my community have a really good effect. Have you guys seen commercials about low birth rates and or joy in family life? We are totally getting isolated through our technology and social media. So, again, I do have to be careful with this conversation because, again, I don't want it to go into a bad direction. A lot of people have a lot of emotions associated with a lot of these concepts. But what I will say is that if we all remember that the internet was originally made for a military purpose in mind, we've never been more connected and simultaneously never more isolated. I'm trying to collect my thoughts here. The choice is yours. The choice is yours. Is the internet bad? Yes. Is the internet good? Yes. The choice is yours. How do you use your power on social platforms? Because you have power, guys. Right? You have an effect on the world everywhere you go. Whether you recognize it or not, by the way. You affect the world. And it is through the choices that we make on a daily basis, the comments we leave, the words we say, that is what affects change. 100%. More people need to realize you have control. Albert Einstein said it before, humans will never reach 100% satisfaction. That is also true. So I think I will leave this particular... Ads are going to be starting in under a minute. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I need to top up my coffee. I need to get a little bit of food in my belly. So, I think I will close this conversation with this statement. The choice is yours. Recognize that you as a human being have power. However small that you feel, you have power. Use it for good. What we are doing right now is a social readjustment with our current technological status. Our technology has evolved faster than our social skills. We are currently in social readjustment. We are now fighting for establishing social rules and mores in our current status. True. You thought I was an AI? I could be. I could be socially readjusting you all right now. But I hope you guys have found some utility in this conversation and feel positively about the words that we have said. You thought I was AI? For you, I could be. For you, baby, I could be. All right, now I'm just gonna wait for the ads blurb to pop up, and then I will take my little break poo. And there we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for indulging ads. I now have a hot coffee, Oh, so good. Alright, now let's find out how to get into the Peasant's Bailey. So first of all, we're going to read our journal. And I would like to say this, actually. Thank you guys for indulging my introspective little chats. I really, really appreciate it. Facts books, we can be the change we want to see in the world, starting with our actions and decisions. Love you, brother. Harold, you're a real one, man. You are the best. What is your preferred brand of coffee? So I prefer to support local roasters that source their coffee beans ethically. This is a brewer in the Manitoba area out of a town called Niverville, and it is called Nagash Coffee. This is decaf, because I've had my caffeinated coffee now, but it is one of the best decafs I've ever tasted. But I recommend, if you guys want really, really, really good coffee, find a local roaster. Find coffee beans that have been roasted very recently and purchase those. If you're a coffee snob, if you're not a coffee snob, just buy some McDonald's coffee, honestly. Like, just get some grounds from your supermarket, and local roast for the win. Fresh is by far best. Yes. Now, to the extent that it is fresh, obviously most coffee is grown in Africa, is grown in South America, tropical climes. So, arguably, like, is it truly fresh? Like, off the tree fresh? No. But it's as fresh as I can get it. And that is, get roasted, yo. Exactly. But this is currently my preferred decaf, is Nagash Coffee decaf. I don't know if you can order it in other parts of the world. That I'm not certain of. You don't understand how much I'm here for this. Look, yes, that is true. I heard in Canada, McDonald's coffee is actually what Timmy's coffee used to be. So what happened was Tim Hortons got purchased by the conglomerate that owns Burger King. And they lost their contract with the roaster that was providing Tim Hortons with its coffee. McDonald's, knowing that Tim Hortons was known for its excellent fast food coffee, swooped in and purchased Tim's coffee roasting rights. And now McDonald's coffee is what Tim's coffee used to be. So whenever I need a fast food coffee, I generally go to McDonald's instead of Tim's. It's more aromatic, it's sweeter, it's just tastier in general. Tim Hortons coffee, I would describe, it tastes like burning. Did you know where the first coffee comes from? Turkey, I believe. Coffee originated in Turkey, I think. Like, the first coffee drink was Turkish coffee, I believe. I will be coming up to Canada this summer, and I will have to try the McDonald's up there. I think you'll enjoy it. Now, in a pinch, I will always go to McDonald's. I won't go to Starbucks. I won't go to Tim's. I go to McDonald's. Can you describe the flavor and aroma? The flavor and aroma of my Nagash decaf coffee. The history of coffee goes very, very deep. It's just the first kind of mainstream coffee beverage was Turkish coffee, I believe. Notes of chocolate. Dark chocolate in particular. Aftertaste of hazelnuts. Aroma. Sweet. Kind of fruity. Not very acidic. Yeah, I enjoy it. I like dark chocolate, though. I do believe it's called Touquet now. Ah, shut up. We all know your name's Dirt. My brother's girlfriend is from Greece, and their coffee tastes way different from normal coffee. It's so good. In what way? Is it stronger? Is it just deeper flavors? Interesting. When I reported back to Sir Ralcon this morning, I had no idea what a strange surprise awaited me. I've got to know that my father, who was believed to be dead, suddenly appeared to the sailors in Nissos. I have to find out in any case what the story is behind this, especially since some soldiers reported that my father's death at the time, while the old Necromancer was also killed in the fight against him. Well, my father's body was never found either, and as a result, he was not given a proper burial. I was also told that the Nissossians hold a grudge against us and will refuse to help us at the moment. This is also one of the reasons why I have to sail along to Voel in Nissos. Oh, so I have to sail along the Voel to Nissos. I am sure that this trip will definitely take longer than 1 full day. Is there a connection between my father arising and the problem with the Nissossians? That is really hard. Nissossians. I hope not, but my feelings tell me different. Well, I'll find out soon. Sir Ralcon lets me take up to 4 people to Nissos. Who knows? Maybe I shouldn't be doing this trip alone. Sorry, I just had to head out to the store real quick. Ghoul, that's fine. You missed a very introspective conversation about social media and the internet, and I guess how we can use it for betterment as opposed to detriment in society. We do tend to get deep and introspective. I'm a very introspective person by nature. I like having difficult conversations with people. And I also like to, I don't want to say rewire people's brains, but I find a lot of people have a natural proclivity towards the negative. I find that a lot of people really latch on to, this is the way it is and it's just not going to get better. It sucks. It just sucks. Well, why does it have to? Can we have a conversation about it? Can we talk about it? Can we find a way to make this thing that you dislike a little bit better? Find out how you in your life can interact with the world and improve that. Right? My channel, for example, I didn't like the disposable culture that we have of, I guess, might makes right. The biggest is the best. I feel that we have old games in society right now that need to be preserved, need to be recognized for their positive aspects and to be maintained within culture. So instead of just crying about it, I decided to do something about it. I decided to make a Twitch channel and start content creating and be the change that I wanted to see in the world. I don't like disposable society, so guess what? I don't dispose of things. I preserve things. I preserve classic American automobiles. I make content that preserves these old games. Yeah, remember, alcohol is always a solution. Stay safe, kids. That's all I'm gonna say. Addiction is bad. But yeah, can we have a conversation and can we get to a place that's better than where we were 5 minutes ago. I mean, in the chemistry sense, it most defs is. Doing things to make things better? Bugger it, I'm just gonna get drunk and watch the world burn. Okay, Jack of Blades. Isometric games from the 90s are pure nostalgia. Yeah, I love them. The main thing that I love about a game like this... Oh, Inner Keep level 2? Okay. Yeah, it is a new area, so we should do that. The main thing that I love about a isometric 90s CRPG is how relaxing it is. I can just literally sit back, coffee in one hand, mouse in the other, and I can just walk around, gather quests, consume story, and enjoy the experience of the game. Now, if combat happens, I definitely have to, you know, drop the coffee and interact with the keyboard a little bit, but overall, it is a very relaxing and a very sanguine experience, as opposed to, I guess, more intense types of games. Now, I like those kinds of games too, but I am almost always in the mood for this, whereas I have to be in the mood for, say, Need for Speed or Halo. He's writing on a parchment with a slightly annoyed expression, and then notices yourself and turns around. Greetings. What do you need? Good day. I'm Tom, and I'm just looking around, and I want to get to know the people of the Inner Keep better. I'm Yakut, and a knight from Elithria. Forgive my briskness, sir, but Yakut? Not a typical Elithrian name. That is correct, Tom. You don't have to call me that, by the way, because I don't really care about title or appendage. The deeds that a person performs are important, aren't they? After all, I've heard of yours. You have my respect for your daring missions, and I don't tell that to everyone, especially based on the fact that you did more than the half-baked knights here in the castle. Forsooth, I'm happy if I can do my bit. As I said, your name, it has its origin from the HOUL, from the shaman, to be more precise. Yes, I'm a member of the shaman, just like my parents were. Your parents were shaman? How did it come about that you are here, with us? Well, fighting on our side. Well, as I said, shaman are extremely gifted wizards, and therefore HOUL magicians. They have a high rank within the HOUL folk. My parents were members of the Blitztiger clan. This clan was the western part of the Veld, near the border to Orium. There was a violent revolt when the clan and both of my parents died, while trying to defend the clan leader against the revolting clan members. 10 years old and completely an orphan, the clan broke up without a clear winner, and all members, or rather what was left of it, fell out on their own way to the Veld, to other clans. An old shaman of the clan, Ulgen, took me with him on his eternal journey through the steppe. I guess another 2 years. The steppe is hot and cold, but the HOUL feel right at home there. Ulgen died of his bleeding lungs when we accidentally approached too close to Orium. 12 years old and completely alone, I hiked in the border areas for 2 or 3 days. Not long when my future stepfather, Sir Marcus, found me and adopted me. Marcus served very wealthy Oriumese noblemen as a bodyguard for a few years, where he also trained and instructed me in the art of sword fighting. When I was 15, I rode back to the homeland, Elathia. When I was 22 years old, I was personally knighted by King Aaron of Elathia. I assume that's a typo for Elythria. However, the nobility saw my ability as a swordsman with my natural talent as a magician, much to the pride and thanks of my adopted father. He died shortly afterwards. So, you are gifted in magic and sword fighting. More or less. I can do both very well. By no means better than most of the knights or magicians who live in this castle. I think over the years my abilities have made a balancing act, so I can do both, but probably never perfect. A magician will overwhelm me with his magic, just as a knight would defeat me in a sword fight. And Avalon? I came to Avalon with the rest of the Elythrian noble entourage, as then the king felt that we should represent Elythria in slightly larger numbers. Since then, I have mainly worked here as a bodyguard of the nobles and representative of the Elythrian knights. Do you not wish to return to the Veld? Sometimes, the thought of returning to the steppes comes into my mind. Then again, sometimes it does not. Of course, there is a certain homesickness there, but after all these years, I got used to being in Eurale. Indeed, Elythria has become my home too. Maybe I would change my mind today if the Blitz Tiger clan was still alive. I'm glad that we have such a qualified fighter on our side, who's capable of magic. The history of all the 7 kingdoms of Eurale is long and difficult. But so far, we have overcome each difficulty with unity. Hopefully it will be the same this time. I suppose you have an important task to do for Sir Ralcon. That's right. I have the permission to take companions from the castle with me.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
Ember!
Come to me through fire and war.
Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid, Raiders.
Come, Neramar.
Welcome in.
Come and look upon
Can I
the
please
heart.
get some hype emotes in the chat from the community here?
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my
And we are
mercy.
just going to give a shout out.
Oh, come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart. I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
I just want to make sure I'm typing that
Grand and
correctly.
intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Sarah.
There we go.
I'm a god.
Ember is one of our friends,
I'm a god.
and she Soul of
A
Midnight.
new hand touches the beacon.
Thank you very much for the follow, everybody. Yeah, very loud music. I apologize for that. Let's turn that down a little bit. A little bit more. I apologize for the loud music, everybody. The sound settings have not been behaving lately. I've been in a dogfight with OBS lately over audio settings. I didn't realize I hadn't even followed you. Ember, thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, welcome in. Now, obviously, if you got a raid and run, do your post-stream care. Please, do so. However, if you would like to stay, I welcome you to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. You might ask yourself, what does that mean? Well, it means that we play story-driven, obscure games that have no voice acting, and I do the voice acting myself. Not a professional voice actor, but I do what I can to make these older games just that little bit more interesting. For the most part, we do play Elder Scrolls. I play Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Standard. I play Daggerfall or Arcanum on Fridays, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central Standard. And then on Saturdays, the game we are playing today is Siege of Avalon, which is the namesake of my channel and my favorite computer RPG of all time. So Raiders, welcome to the game library. My name is Martin, and I hope you have a good time. Define professional. Well, paid, I guess. paid jobs. Obviously, I stream it and the stream makes money, but I'm not in any voice acting roles yet. So I don't necessarily consider myself a voice actor yet. This stream, I guess the way I conceptualize it is as practice. I'm trying to get better. What I'm hearing is... So what you're saying is... So, welcome back to the game, guys. The music is not playing right now, which makes me sad, because the music in this game is excellent. So I just wanted to go back into the chat, because while I was reading this dialogue, chat was going off, and then we got the raid, so I just wanted to make sure. So I know you said that your username is from this game, but I was wondering if you were a big reader. Absolutely, yes. We actually talked about my favorite books in the Tuesday stream. Yes, Tuesday stream. Yeah, I'm a massive reader. I love books. If I'm not playing video games, if I'm not watching movies, and just being a nerd in general, I'm reading a book. I really, really enjoy. So my favorite book is Gotta Go. Bye, everyone. Rin, thank you so much for coming in with the Raiders. Enjoy your weekend, and we hope to see you on the next one. Hey, Books, I'm gonna let you finish, but Siege of Avalon is the best RPG of all time. All time. Oh, okay, so Razman, you're a big fan. I didn't know that you came here from Siege of Avalon. That's interesting. I like that. My favorite book ever is Bram Stoker's Dracula. That is my favorite book of all time. So, the reason being is I really like the style in which Dracula was written, which is a very down-to-earth journal entry style. You are reading the book from the perspective and the post perspective, because it's a journal entry of Jonathan Harker, his bride-to-be Mina, Van Helsing, this, that, and the other. So, you never really get into Dracula's head like you should. And Dracula, when you read the story deeply, he's actually a rather tragic character. He renounced God and was punished with undeath for his hubris. That's really the story of Dracula, ultimately. And he was turned into a monster. All he wanted, and the reason he renounced God is because his love died. So, he did horrible, horrible things in order to protect his kingdom, and this, that, and the other thing. I don't want to get too deep into it, but it was an incredibly... I get something out of it each time I read it, which I really, really enjoy. There are some books that are so simplistic that you don't really have that happen, but Dracula is definitely I get something out of it each time I read it, something new, which is really, really nice. And again, I just enjoy the experience of reading it. So it's my favorite book. Close seconds, of course, are going to be Tolkien. I love Lord of the Rings. The Witcher series, I really enjoy. The Dwarves by Marcus Heights, I really, really enjoy that series as well. I really like their treatment of the Dark Elves within the Dwarves novels. That went a little whoosh, but then again, it was a really old pop culture. Oh, I see. I bet. Oh, okay, so it's not the best game of all time in your mind, but you're just making a reference. Gotcha. Okay, so back to the game, of course. That's right, I have permission to take companions from the castle with me. Are you interested? I adore Lord of the Rings, but anything Terry Pratchett is my fave. I don't believe I've read any of his books. I'm just gonna look him up quick. Terry Pratchett. Good Omens, The Color of Magic, Mort, Guards, Night Watch, Going Postal, Small Gods, Reaper Man. I haven't read any of these. Interesting. Are these long books? The Discworld novels are incredible. Could you post on the Discord in the book section kind of your favorite reads? By the way, anyone in the chat, by the way, if you guys would like to join the Discord, I highly encourage it. And you can pop over to the book section and tell us what your favorite books are. I highly recommend doing so. We have really good conversations in there. Yes, but unfortunately I still have too much paperwork to do. I still have to do this paperwork today, for example. It's about the arsenal for the knights. I will leave you to your work, dear knight. Goodbye. Ah, there's the music. I always get sad when the music stops playing. What can I do for you? Who are you, if I may ask? I'm Sir Edwin, from Elithria. I came to Avalon of my own volition in order to help when I heard of the Necromancer's reawakening. Well, reawakening isn't that correct. It's just the Necromancer's son. I know that, of course, but saying just is not the right thing, too. After all, he should be stronger than his ancestor. I'm pleased to have so many Elithrians by our side. We have long been deeply allied with Avalon. I always wanted to go to Avalon when I was little. Unfortunately, the circumstances are not the best at the moment. That is right, sir. But now I have to dedicate myself to my work again. May the good spirits be with you on your missions. And yours too, Sir Edwin. Goodbye. See, so we're looking for some followers that we can bring along on our quest. I wonder, can I bring you guys with me? Ooh, yay, I can just collect my old guys. Let's go! Summoner. Now, let's see if we can still grab some quests. Well, I've never seen you before. What brings you to my room, my lord? I'm on an important mission, but sometimes I can't curb my curiosity. So I'm just walking around here a bit and want to get to know more people. Ah, I understand. I'm Marie, and Sir Corbin's wife. I also come from Taverland. Well, did you follow your husband? You know, here it's not the safest place to be. Of course I know that, but nothing can stop my love for my husband. Well, I suppose that is understandable, but I'm not sure if that is a wise decision. We don't always make the best decisions, I know that too, but that's the way I am. Well, there's no going back at the moment anyways. I have taken enough time from you. May the good spirits protect you, my lady. What are you doing here? I was looking around the inner keep and must have come across your room. I've no need to talk to you. Just leave. Sorry to have disturbed you. Goodbye. You might think you're an ace, but that doesn't mean you have permission to sneak around here. I don't understand. Your attitude is quite rude. Are you accusing me of spying? I just want my peace and quiet. Please leave. Then I will leave. No matter who you are, unless you don't have a concern, I don't want to hear anything. Alright? Oh, do you need something? You need to know that my husband is very busy, so he won't be happy if you bother him. In that case, I better go now. Goodbye. Ah, a soldier of Avalon. We're the same level then, sir. As long as you can wield the sword well. I do. At the moment I'm looking for rumors, though. Have some already turned out to be true. And being a problem, too. For the record, everybody, I just wanted to say this because some of the dialogue has been a little bit eh. This is translated from German into English, so some of the grammar might be amiss, some of the word placement might be slightly amiss. The message is still there, but sometimes I might stutter on my words a little bit and stuff like that, just because things are not necessarily what I'm accustomed to reading as a native English speaker. It is said that the Necromancer has other allies. Recently, it turned out that the wizard, who's on the side of the Necromancer, has snuck into the peasant's bailey. I already knew that, but it was just some kind of ghost that was the Necromancer conjured up. I see. That could count for the Veld ghosts as well. Perhaps they are, too, the Necromancer's product. Possible. But why should the HOUL fear them, then? Well, Nathan the old tactician even has an idea. The HOUL alliance with the Necromancer exists, but what if the spirits are, so to speak, held captive by the Necromancer and the Veld? The HOUL will submit in gratitude. I think I understand. This makes it easier for the Necromancer. That is definitely a possibility. I will definitely report this to Sir Ralkan. I think the realization is worth something. Do that, who are you anyway? Tome. I'll be on my way. See you later, Sir Nathan. This is also another aspect, so I'm curious in the chat, do you guys prefer games that make you go around and talk to every single NPC to figure out quests, or do you prefer a game that is a little bit more, shall we say, linear, a little bit more spoon-fed? I honestly can go either way. I guess it depends mostly on my mood, but largely I prefer more linear means less side quests. That is true. That is true. Are you one of them up here? No, my lord. I'm here of my own behalf. Well, your issues would definitely not be resolved up here. Get lost. If you think so. Good day, my lord. Let's see. Half and half. I like talking to NPCs to get more information, but sometimes I just can't be bothered. I find myself, if the storytelling can captivate me enough, that is true. I do find part of why I love Dark Souls so much was that it spoon-fed you basically nothing. The one thing I will say about Dark Souls is that every single NPC you talk to has something important to say. There is no bullshit NPCs in Dark Souls. And that is something that I enjoy. I really dislike games that... I shouldn't say I dislike games. I dislike when games force you to speak to every single NPC possible, and most of those NPCs have nothing of import to say. Just bullshit. It is one of my foibles with Siege of Avalon. I wish that you got more out of the NPCs. I find that a lot of the NPCs you speak to really have nothing of import to contribute to the game. Now, does that make sense in the grand scheme of things? Absolutely it does, because does everybody you meet in life have something important to say to you? No. So is it more true to life? Absolutely. But I definitely like when a game gives you substance in everybody you speak to. Every conversation has impact. Kind of similar to Sir Yakut that we just spoke to, right? He had an incredible backstory that we were able to delve into and learn more about. You know, like, an Elithrian knight adopted a HOUL child. Why? They are our sworn enemies. Why did you adopt a HOUL child? That is interesting. That's substantial, right? He wasn't even written by you. Who did the writing? That is interesting. Who did the writing? The NPC quests are a nightmare in Souls, though, as far as actually figuring out how to do the quests, but you're also not supposed to do them all every playthrough. That's the other sign, I would say, of a decent RPG as well, is you can't do every quest in a single playthrough. There's choice involved. You have to choose between this guild and this guild. You have to choose between this NPC and this NPC. If you make an enemy of him, you'll be an ally to him. If you make, you know, an enemy of this faction will be an enemy for you. You know, that kind of thing. One of the SOA Migos members, but I needed to rewrite some lines. Interesting. That is really cool that community got involved in that way. By the way, if you guys are interested at all in getting Siege of Avalon, vanilla game is on Steam and GOG, and then you can go to the site and go to soamigos.de, and that forum is where Sep can provide you with the expansion mods that I'm currently playing. I miss choices being meaningful, like everything is do all the things in a single playthrough now. That started, I'd be interested in the chat, what game do you think started that? What game do you think started the trend of I need to complete all of the quests in a single playthrough? Even if they contrast, even if the factions don't get along, I need to do everything. What game do you feel started that? I'd be interested to see. I have my own thoughts, of course, but I would be very interested to see what you guys think. I, for one, like my mix of dragon, vampire, and werewolf blood. Thank you. Well, you'll definitely like some Elder Scrolls. There are whole stories that get you, yeah, absolutely. Well, and Baldur's Gate 3 is probably the best RPG that has been released in probably the last decade. I could say that fairly confidently. Baldur's Gate 3 is the best RPG that has been released in the last decade. I don't think anything comes close. I don't want to live like this. And when a skeleton puts a sword to my chest, death should be welcome. I wish my wife was with me. Why are you waiting for death? If you stay alive, you might see her again. Hardly. She died. She died in a HOUL attack while we were on our way to Avalon. I'm so sorry to hear that. May the good spirits be with you. See, that interaction sucked. That interaction, like, I didn't enjoy that. So, what I would have liked, and, okay, the reason I can speak like this is because we have the person who developed this in the chat. So, interactions like that are, like, think of that as a real conversation. Somebody told you that their spouse just died. You know, what's your reaction? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, bye. No, you're gonna have a moment with that person. You're gonna, like, talk to them a little bit more. At least that's my input to that. I think more can be done with interactions like that. Well, this was an unused one from the original. Oh, I see. Well, and frankly speaking, I'm not going to say the original game was perfect. I love this game. I love the story and everything, but it is not a perfect game. I do have my fumbles with it. The depth of Baldur's Gate 3 is incredible. I'm at Moonrise Towers in Act 2 currently. It's my first Larian game experience. Super impressed. So Baldur's Gate 3, I will say this. Baldur's Gate 3 is the zenith of what Larian can do as a studio. The Divinity games, while they are good, are not as good as Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3, I think, was the first game where Larian was told to just go ham. The Divinity games, I think, were limited in a few ways, but Baldur's Gate 3 was just like, let's frickin' go. You know, like, you have full license to do whatever the hell you want, make the game you want. 2,000 hours, that is awesome. It might sound paranoid, but I'm afraid of the peasants might riot at any moment. If you took the time to get to know them, you might realize that we are not all... Sorry. If you took the time to get to know them, you might realize that we are all in this situation together. Furthermore, this situation has calmed down again. Favorite build? I keep trying new characters and builds. Have you tried a Gloomstalker? Highly recommend. Gloomstalker Ranger, my favorite. I am a dirty Dex boy. Gloomstalker is my absolute favorite build. What has been your favorite build so far, Jet? You missed that NPC. Oh, really? Where? In here? Ah. There he is. And there... What are you doing here? My name is Tome. Looks like you're pretty busy right now. Occasionally. However, I have a little problem. Yes? I'm looking for a necklace right now. I could swear it was here in my closet. Why do you need this necklace? It's for a woman. Isabella. Maybe you misplaced it somewhere. Rather impossible. But wait. The other day I was up at the south gate. Maybe it fell out of my pocket there. But I already looked there. I have an idea. Maybe someone found it before you. Oh, good idea. Thank you. I'll ask the guards. Goodbye. I just met someone who was looking for a necklace. I gave him the idea to ask the guards at the south gate about it. I have to admit that I'm curious if he'll find it. The alliance between us and the Nisosians is shattered, so Ralkan instructed me to find the cause and to eliminate it. I've mostly tried Warlock and Warlock multiclass builds so far. My main playthrough is a Bardlock. 2 levels in Warlock and the rest in Bard so far. I've enjoyed it a lot. I want to try more things after this playthrough though. I finished the game as a Spore Druid, Swords Bard, a Dragon Sorcerer, and a Battlemaster Fighter. Druid was easily my favorite. So much variety in wild shapes spell casting. At the moment, I'm trying Ranger for the first time. So, Crows, if you're trying Ranger, I really would go Gloomstalker. I really would. Lean into stealth super, super hard. You multi-class with Rogue, and it is just... oh, so good. I can provide you with a build if you want. I can provide you with my favorite build. No. Where is... Was having some fun messing with Halsin the other day. It was the first time I'd used him in a party. See, my problem with Baldur's Gate is similar to you. I just kept cycling through characters and stuff, and it wasn't until I got to Gloomstalker. I'm speccing Astarion into Gloomstalker. Sweet. So we'll do a little map load here. No. There we go. I want to try all these builds, but my playthroughs are so long. Well, and that's kind of the beauty of it, right? So what I did, and this kind of helped me, I guess, get over my mental block about it, I created like 10 different characters with 10 different builds, and I had them all saved. So I wasn't like starting a new game. I basically just made 10 files. And I kind of committed, it's like, I'm going to complete each one of these. I already have a new game generated.
Hello, Tome. You are right about the necklace. In fact, one of the soldiers from the Southgate found it. Now comes the big problem. He lost it in one of his missions out in the village.
Maybe I can help there. I came out into the village. I go out into the village every now and again. I'll keep my eyes open there.
Would you do that for me?
As I said, I have to go to the village anyway. Well met again, and goodbye. I love using Speak to Admirals, it's highlighted the game for me. I love making backstories for my Tav, and then trying to do as they would. Is this a necklace? I found it on a shaman I killed.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You more or less risked your
Nothing
life.
can stand up to his testicular torsion.
Just so that I could give this necklace to a woman.
I have to go back to the village every now and then because of my missions, so never mind.
Yet, how can I thank you? I already know. I don't think your pay will be very high, but I can reward you with 45 crowns.
I am happy to accept this. Many thanks. I have to go now. See you soon, Migler. Migler was delighted that I brought him the necklace. His anger at one of the guards who lost it has also disappeared. Okay, get our game saved up. Did you ever run into the elf and white raven in the Shadow Curse lands? That's a question for Crows. Alright, so... I do need to go to the Outer Keep and dump these items. Sell some of them as well. Actually, you know what I can do? I'm gonna do this. Because I think that will make him... a little bit stronger. So he has a fine longsword. Let's give these to him. Fine longswords. So let's look at the damage here. 6 to 18. 4 to 12. Okay, so the serrated sword is not quite as good. We will give him a shield. Now let's switch over to Milon. Cloak of Chaos. Regular vest. I don't think he needs that. Cold Cloak of Dawn. Perception +1, mana +8, restriction +3. Mana +8, restriction +3. So this is a better cloak by the looks of it. You could compare them to... Okay, so how do I do that? Shift right click. Nope. Or was it control right click? Let's try that. Nope, not that either. Alt right click? Nope. Do you think cloaks are making them look better? No, so Milon is our mage, and the Cloak of the Cold Dawn has some better modifiers. So the Cloak of Chaos that he was wearing, it was only mana and restriction. This adds a cold resistance as well as perception and stealth modifier. Sorry, the C roll needs to be closed before. The scroll needs to be closed before. Okay. Nope. Shift right click. Control right click. Nope. If the cursor is changed, compare mode is active. Okay, well the cursor is not changed. Yeah, no, it's not functional. I'm not sure what button I need to be pressing, but... Anyways, the Cloak of the Cold Dawn is superior, so we're gonna have him run that. And then we're gonna give him this armored vest. Make him a little bit better. And then we'll swap back over to our character. Might give, oh geez. We don't really have any crushing damage coming from anyone. Everyone's wielding a sword right now. So maybe I should get someone to wield a mace. That might be a good idea. Okay, now. We've emptied our inventory decently well. Close all that up. Shovel is bored. Shovel wants to murderize. One last quest to do in the Inner Keep is a fun one in my opinion. Okay. Let's see who we can chat with then. So General Roth's old quarters. Ogre, welcome in. It's good to have you as always. How's your weekend going? How's your Saturday? Well, you're here now, aren't you? Are you posted here too? No, I'm here on my own behalf. I understand. We don't get to see many new faces. Always the same people doing the same thing, day in, day out. It's good. Chores galore. That is normally the weekend. Hopefully the situation will improve soon. I wouldn't rely on that, my lord. May the good spirits protect you. Thank you, you too. What chores are you getting up to today? Just like vacuuming and that kind of thing? Or is there any cool projects you're doing?
I hope you didn't come to tell me that I have to go to another room, but that's outrageous. And as the third cousin of the Undersecretary of State to the wife of the Orium Ambassador, I may insist on better treatment. Since I have been here, I've had to move more often than I can remember.
Excuse me, my lord, but I can't help you with that. I can only advise you just to take a stand sometimes. Groceries, some work, yard, cleaning, trash. We don't have trash collection. Taking care of stuff for my 104. 104. Holy crap. By the way, ads in a couple seconds, guys. I'm sorry. We'll see you when ads are done, if you're not subscribed. Wow, that is crazy. I must say the story is pretty good so far, Sep. Yeah, it's actually been incredible. This has, oh man, is it my favorite of the expansions? Yeah, I would say it is. Yeah, I've been, Days of the HOUL is probably a little bit better. As of right now, anyways. She must be an alchemist. I have a mod that lets Gale summon Terra as a familiar, and it makes me so happy. Seven Kingdoms. Oh, I definitely enjoyed Seven Kingdoms as well. I've enjoyed them all, but if I had to choose which one I enjoyed the most, it's probably between Ashes and Days of the HOUL. In Ashes, everything of the chapters interlock quite well, yeah. My husband is an officer in Orium army, but the HOUL invaded our lands, and so I am just another refugee now. Like so many others, I never thought that I would have to live in such an impoverished circumstance. Be glad you are still alive, milady. Many others were not that lucky. There we are. My family used to have a beautiful manor in Orium, but now all that's left is our family name. That and my fiery hatred of the HOUL and the Necromancer, which one day I will soothe with the blood of those wicked bastards. Hear ye, perhaps you should start with an apprenticeship in fighting. Although, judging by his portly manner, I don't think he will be doing that. What brings you to me? Well, I'm Tome and happen to drop by and check if everything's all right. I have an order, a sword that has to be finished for Sir Locktard. Unfortunately, I burned my hand this morning, and he wants the sword as soon as possible. The monks say that burns will take some time to be treated. In this state, you'll hardly be finished in time. Can a laity like me help? I helped out from time to time in my childhood. It can't be that hard, can it? Well, I think it could be possible. If I tell you what exactly to do, forging is a craft and an art at the same time. It shows you the basics of forging. Well, take the hammer and go to the stove with it. Alright, I'll be back. Do we have the hammer? We do. Minimum strength, max restriction. Time to make 700 iron daggers. You need to attack the sword. Yes, that's how I imagined it. Oh, how grateful I am to you, Tome. I offered you part of the wages as a repair, 15 crowns. It was my pleasure, blacksmith. I think I learned the basics of forging, so it was definitely a good pastime for me. Remember, you're always welcome here. Duty calls. I will see you again. You have to do some homework, BRB, Avalon. Enjoy your lurk. Okay, so let's see where we're at for points. 104, so we're in good shape. So let's go talk to Rogmore. He's gonna have some not some quests, but he'll have some spells for us, I think. I may have bought everything I need from him, to be honest, but we'll see. So we have Shadow, Ice Block, Blades. Okay, so we have all of the resisted spells, so we're good. We are good. Okay, let's go to... I'm assuming the blacksmith was the last quest. I have spoken to quite a few people, so I'm thinking he's the last quest in that area. So let's go to the Outer Bailey here. You will get new training too, but not from Rogmore. Now to the Merchant's Bailey. Okay, so that was from the Outer Bailey we can go. So let's do that. Enjoy your lurk, crows. You said west? West of the Outer Bailey. Okay, so that's the Peasant's Bailey. Talking to Patty again. That's Deflon. I was happy to work with you. The tasks are done and the task board may die now. There are now other people who take on these tasks. It's a shame, actually. It's quite fun so far. I'll retire from this business. Very well, old friend. I wish the same to you, old Patty. Today, I visited Norman again. I found out about a small accident on his side, which makes it impossible for him to do his job at the moment. The monk said that he still needs to take care of his burned hand, because the burns have not yet healed. It must be amazing pain he's in. Hopefully the monks have painkillers for Norman. I offered my help. I'm not a blacksmith, but with his help, it should be possible. Norman was very pleased about the successful sword I forged. He offered me part of his wages, which I thankfully accepted. In the end, it was an interesting experience I made. Now, I not only know things about sword fighting, but also what it takes to forge some of these weapons. I just brewed and served myself some bean juice. What bean juice did you make yourself? Okay, we are good to go. Saving game. By the way, York, cheers. So west of the Outer Bailey. There we go. Merchant's Bailey. Oh wow, nice. Oh, some Death Bean. I haven't had that one, actually. I am very... wary about when figures that... So like musicians, for example, right? Like, I don't know if any of you guys listen to Black Label Society, Zach Wild's band. He has Valhalla Java. I am very hesitant to buy into stuff like that, because normally, in my experience anyways, the quality has not been there. It's been kind of inferior to buying, you know, just local roasts. Was a lot of work to build these walls. Okay, so now we are into fine white steel. Now, does he have just white steel? Or does he have... So it would seem... Take a look at his wares. Nope, don't want to talk to you. Fine steel bracer, just basic steel. And do we have a magic merchant? Okay, there we go. Red magical pants. Buy all the potions we can. Okay, magical quivers. Cool. Get out! I don't want to talk to anyone. Why are you so dissatisfied? Just go and dedicate yourself to your missions. Well, very well. So he's got the ruby red robes. Regular fine steel again. Chain pants. Interesting. I might come back for those. So I have to up my perception. Gotcha. Do I have enough gold for all this? I don't think I do. Sell these items. Let's pop these on. Ring of Shadows, that's a little bit of charm as well. Pop these bad boys on. And now these are much, much cheaper. So, I put it to chat. What color armor are we going to be rocking now that we're upgrading? Are we going to be going just basic steel? Are we going to go with white steel, dark steel, or red steel? What do we want to do? I'm kind of inclined to be an edgelord. Even basic steel has two colors, dark and light. Dark steel, alright. Blue steel! Dear God, it's beautiful. Yeah, baby! That's what I was waiting for. Wow. Have you, like, tried blue steel? Alright, we're gonna go with dark steel, since we did white steel for our basic armor. I think that is enough. So let's throw these on. And then dark steel helm. Okay, we are good to go in that regard. The splint shirt is all we have that isn't Yeah, money is important. So yeah, we can sell all this off now, which is good. So let's do that. Ooh, I'm not wearing the heavy black chainmail? Heavy black chainmail, which looks like leather. We'll make a good bit of our money back this way. And I think that is good. Okay. So we are now in our goth boy era. We'll throw on these resistance rings. Good to go. Throw on a magic potion. Or, sorry, a health potion, rather. Also, where can you get this game? So, Jorg, this game is on Steam and GOG. It's called the Siege of Avalon Anthology. And then you can go to soamigos.de and get all the mods from Sep in the chat here. If you want to as well, I do have a link to soamigos.de on the Discord under the Siege of Avalon chat in gaming. I do like to direct direct traffic to... Sorry, don't know that man? What do you mean, don't know that man? Oh, Sep. Wow. It's for $10, but I found it for $3. Yeah, like, you can get this game very cheaply. It's cheaper than lunch at most restaurants. So, there's really no excuse not to give Siege of Avalon a try. Alright, now perception. Let's increase it a couple points and see if he'll give us a quest. Why so dissatisfied? Let's just continually increase perception until we can... Interesting. This game gives me early Fallout vibes? Absolutely. Yep, it's the same genre, right? You could also wear the Mother of Pearl to get one more point. I mean, that's like a solitary point, but... Yeah, he's not having it. Oh, it was charm. I see. Well, I mean... Doesn't hurt us, we had enough points. It seems to me that you have a problem. Maybe you want to talk about it. I am, or rather, I was, a sailor. However, my body can't tolerate the waves anymore. The monks advised me to give up my dream, and to find something else to do, but I can't. I understand. That really seems to be a very hard blow. I bought because of the stream. I'm old game maxing this summer. Moonfell, I hope that you enjoy the crap out of the game. Now, I will say, go to soamigos.de. It does improve how the game runs. It's not just expanded content. It actually physically improves how the game runs. Funny enough, I own all of the Fallout games except for 3 on PC, but it was the first Fallout game I ever played. I'm married to the sea. I'm not a freaky fish guy. Arr. Does anyone watch The Simpsons here? Because every time someone brings up a pirate, I just imagine that sailor captain from The Simpsons. And there was this one scene where he was just hitting on a girl, and all these guys were like actually saying like pickup lines to this girl, and all the sailor guy did was he just looked at her and went, Are all builds viable, or does it favor one over the other? Magic. Magic. Yeah, this game, the streets of Avalon are for the mages. So, I am currently playing as a fighter classed, and I still need spells. I need Aura of Iron, I need Resist Magic, and if I don't have those, I get overrun and I get the crap kicked out of me. Now, I think the original intent with the developer was that you would have a large party around you, similar to what I have right now. And that would basically cover for your inadequacies as a character with your class-specific build. However, the AI of your followers is not good. So they often do not cast the proper supporting spells whenever you get into combat. So I always recommend that people multi-class. If you're a fighter, buy magic that is specifically going to optimize your resistances. If you are a scout, buy spells that will optimize for sneak. And if you're a mage, just be a mage. But you cannot get away with not having magic in your build in this game. You can click on a narrow place in the roster dialogue. Perhaps you can do this another way, for example, as a warehouse clerk in the wharf. We already have enough people in the harbor. Nothing will change that quickly. Okay, I don't want to bother you anymore. Nevertheless, fare you well. Today I learned a sad story from a sailor. Seafaring has always been his dream, especially since he thereby also supported Avalon. Unfortunately, he seems to be suffering from seasickness, and the monks advised him to give up his job. So in the roster, yeah, but that takes away your magic, right? Narrow place? Okay, maybe rename that, because I'm not sure what that means. Like, what do you mean by narrow place? Like, personally, as an English speaker, I think that's confusing. Means narrow places like caves. Oh, okay. Alright. I still don't know how that infers that they will move around less. That's mostly my confusion, I guess. But also works in open fields. Okay. Out to the wharf. Sorry if I stop you, but I was told that you might be able to help. The Avalonians talk a lot about you and your actions. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so speak up. I will listen to your story. My name is Hubert, and it's about my sister, Anna. She has held nightmares for over a week. Each time it is about the loss of her relatives, and I soon fear that these dreams will drive her insane. Now I believe that the cause for this is something supernatural. Well, what am I supposed to do about that? I'm not very knowledgeable about this human subconscious mind. I was hoping you would know someone who could help my sister. I know someone, a magician named Purdon, who knows a little about dreamwalking, but I doubt he has knowledge specifically for your problem. That shouldn't be a problem either. I know that you have to travel to Nissos, and I learned from my nephew that there lives a wizard in the wilderness who is familiar with the subconscious of humans. I myself have to stay here with my sister. Just to be on the safe side. Do you know his name? That would make my search much easier. Unfortunately not. But not many people are in the wilderness either. Alright. I understand. I say goodbye for now, Hubert. Sir Ike. What's the matter? My name is Tome. I have to go to the wharf because I have important work to do. However, I'm surprised to find a knight here in the harbor. Who are you? I'm Sir Ike. My tasks are, among other things, in the wharf. In addition to Sir Virgil, I am also responsible for the logistics here, provided that my actual duties as a knight don't prevent me from doing so. If you play as a mage, you should definitely grab a few points into fighter build. Gotta RP that Gandalf build, there we go. I understand what the duties of a knight are. I understand. What are the duties of a knight of your rank? Especially fighting against the damned skeletons. However, over time, I have learned some tricks. I passed to some others. Naturally, I'm very greedy for knowledge. Maybe you could show me some of your tricks. Holy crap. Yeah, I regret spending my training points now. That sucks. So I can improve my party members as well? Now, okay, before I do anything, I don't see any costs here. So can I just improve them? Oh, okay. Easy frickin' kill. Hello. Alright, now I need to choose. Because I can't afford everything. 7 combat, -3 attack speed, and -10 restriction for 35 training points. Master of combat techniques, 15 combat, 7 attack speed. But I don't lose restriction. So we'll do this. Once you learn this, you are worthy of becoming a Knight of Avalon. Do you feel able to master this? Yes, Sir Ike, I'm proudly ready for it. Now you are ready, Tome. Get on your knees and swear I'm a child. Get on your knees and swear allegiance to Avalon, so that the fame and honor will be preserved through your deeds. I so swear. I congratulate you. Wear this tabard with dignity and respect. Now we can get one more. Get on your knees and kiss my ring. You underestimate the power of the dark side of the Force. Oh, behave. I'm a child. I think pain manipulation, so healing rate will be better. Let's hope that it's his ring. Oh my. Oh, this one should normally be in the... Where's the tab? Oh, there it is. Nope. Nope. No dice. So I guess we have to patch that. Yes, hello, I'm very sorry to bother you, but you mind saving your damn king? Game has been saved. Door is locked. Alright. Head out to the wharf, I guess. Why did you just do that? I meant my signet ring. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just very confused.
I'm going to follow you and watch you and worship the ground you walk on.
Well, thank you so much, Yog. Yes, my lord? Who are you? I'm Gibbs. I'm going to set sail today to travel to Nissos. Ah, then we'll probably make the trip together. So Ralcon gave me an order to travel to Nissos to parley with the generals. Ah, then you're Tome. Glad to make your acquaintance. Likewise, sailor. I won't bother you any further in your preparations. I'll see you later.
Ahoy, landlubber! What brings you to the port?
I'm going to go to Nissos at General Ralcon's request. A couple of incidents are said to have happened there that are of importance to Avalon, but also to me personally.
Aha! So, you're a passenger. I'm supposed to take ye to Nissos. I already know the details.
Every tabard isn't available for tabard slot in English version. I wonder why this happened. I don't know. Must be something in the code.
So when you're ready, let me know, and then we can leave.
We're ready. Let's go to sea.
Aye.
We are now in Nissos. Interesting. Oh, that is so cool. The moving cart and everything. I love that. I love that. So we're just going to walk around. We're going to just explore the area here. And then we will move on. Okay. There must be someone I need to talk to then.
Ah, get lost. You disturb me.
Won't talk, won't talk. Don't startle the horses. They are busy. What leads you to me? An order from Avalon. Ah, I heard there seems to be a little crisis going on between us and Avalon. I don't quite understand what this is all about, but I'm sure that it will be over again. We have a common enemy, after all. Of course, that is what I think as well, but the enemy is clever and knows how to sow discord. That is known. Anyways, I now have to do my tasks here. Fare you well. So this must be my boat. Looks like I'll be on my way to do my mission.
Do that. We'll hold the position here until you're back. And in the meantime, we'll have to stock up on food if the generals of Nissos allow.
Here we are now in Nissos. I've been here many times and everything seems very familiar to me. It is all the nicer that Nissos is not yet besieged by the Necromancer. Well, it won't stay that way if we don't stop him in Avalon.
How does it look, Tome? Were you able to solve the problem?
Not yet. I just wanted to see how things were going here in the port. Welcome, stranger from Avalon. What can I do for you? Good day. I see you are a sailor. This is also very likely that when you are talking to a Nissossian. We are very experienced with seafaring and the like. What can you tell me about seasickness? Ah, an unpleasant thing. We have known the problem for a long time. Unfortunately, very few people know more about it. Who can I ask about it? Well, if you want to know more about it, you have to ask the monks of Nissos. However, I don't know I don't know who knows about it. The last monk I know who helped me at the time died a year ago. So you also had this illness? Yeah, but the monk told me. But this monk knew how to cure this. Do you know a little more about what can be done about it? The monk gave me a small list of ingredients that you have to mix together and make a healing potion. Could you show me this recipe? Oh, of course. Here. I thank you 1,000 times. What would you like for it? Oh, nothing at all. After all the monks don't demand anything for their healing skills. You're right there. But I have to carry on. May the good spirits be with you. Okay, game saved. Okay. Nope. So, am I supposed to be able to walk in here? Hint, I can go to the right. That's just the despawn for the wagon? Interesting. Ah, here we are. Okay, so let's just get everything mapped out quick. I just want a comprehensive view of the area. And then we can start talking to people. I wonder if there's a mod that works out the grammar and lost in translation problems. That is going to be mostly just trial and error with Sepp, myself, and maybe some other writers. It's just cleaning up the translation. The words are correct. The translation itself is fine. It's that it doesn't change the grammar. So, a lot of the time when you have an English translation into German and vice versa, what is going to end up happening is that you're going to... When German is translated into English, it sounds like Yoda's talking. So, instead of saying something like, I'm gonna go here, it's gonna be, here I will go. Right? Just the verbs and the action words kind of move around a lot when you're shifting from language to language. Okay. Ah, look, Greenhorn. Come and have a drink with me. You must be thirsty. Seafaring always makes me thirsty. Maybe another time. I'm on an important mission. The Avalonian Hubert asked me to help. His sister has incredible nightmares and suspects something magical is behind them. Although you could say, Ik gehe dorthin. There's another NPC in the tavern with a side quest. Oh, okay. You look like you're not from around here. That's true. I come from Avalon and have received an order to look for something here in Nissos. Oh, then you're someone who likes to do jobs. I'm Tracy, and I have a mission for you. Speak. My interest is aroused. I've been looking for a new drink for a long time. By chance, I came across a new recipe in the library the other day, and fortunately, I know all its ingredients. However, one of them can only be found in the wilderness of Nissos. Unfortunately, the HOUL have been up there recently, and since I'm not a fighter, I won't have any chances to get it. I see. I'll see what can be done. What does this ingredient look like? Where can I find it? It's root tuber of a troll's head. It often grows near caves. Troll head? It's called that because trolls like it very much. I think I know what to expect. Trolls in the dungeon. Greetings, I am General Christophorus, and I have already been expecting you. Sir Ralkin has already taught me who you are. I do not doubt in your abilities, but I'm afraid that you aren't the right person for this mission. As you already know, your father reappeared in Nissos. Your doubts, of course, are justified. However, that shouldn't prevent me from fulfilling my actual mission here. Tell me what the reason is for Nissos' anger at Avalon. The problem is your father has something to do with it. When he appeared here, very few knew him, but the generals knew who he is and received him as befits such a hero. He told us terrible things about Avalon, such as how they turned against him, leaving him on the battlefield, as if the Avalonians have already submitted to the Necromancer. In order to fight with him against the Eurale, all the other generals believed him because his story sounded very conclusive. But I am still on Avalon's side and claim that the alliance between us still exists and must exist. So my father somehow survived and plotted against Avalon? You mean to say that, right? That is exactly how it looks. At least, that's my view of things. But no other general agrees. So what do you recommend? We'll wait until evening comes first. I currently have a loyal servant who serves as a spy. He keeps me up to date on what your father is doing and what he is up to. Maybe you want to go to the tavern, meanwhile. Then I will visit you again in evening, General Christophorus. Until then, fare you well. Okay, get our game saved up. Oh, sorry, what did, the seasickness kind of gets mixed with just feeling ill. Also, the painkiller thing sounded a bit off for a medieval fantasy. Yep. I saw you come along the Vaux River. You seem to be from Avalon. Say, do you know a local woman there named Isabella? No? What's this about? Then it doesn't matter, just something familiar. I'm sorry I couldn't help. Goodbye. I feel like I might need to go back to Avalon. Yes, my lord? Who are you? I noticed you wandering around here. I'm called Drew, and I've lived here in Nissos since birth. However, seafaring is not for me. I see, so you make yourself useful elsewhere. Pardon me, I had to sneeze. Oh, he just wanted to know how she's doing. As a matter of fact, I have a shop at port and trade in fish. Aha! In the end, it has something to do with the sea. You aren't wrong. I've taken up enough of your time. Goodbye, Drew. There's a person. Get out! I'm sorry. Okay. I can go this way? No, I can't. Not yet. So I need to go to the tavern, I need to consult with Christophorus. Yes, my lord? Off to go then. Help, I'm being repressed. Alright, it is night. Ah, Tom, you're back. Great. Then I assume your servant was already there? What news does he bring with him? It looks like your father has gone back into the wilderness. The generals can't keep you out of there. Go, find him. Talk to him if you can. What do you mean by that? I don't quite know how he'll react. He's not the same as he was over 15 years ago when he was in Avalon. I will prepare myself for anything. Thank you for warning me, General. Goodbye. For over a day, I was aboard. For over a day, I was on board with the crew of the Lady Charlize, and sailed along the Vole towards the afternoon, where we entered the port of Nissos. I tried to remain undiscovered as possible, because, as I was told during the voyage, I wouldn't be seen. Sorry, I don't like to be seen in Nissos. That is incorrect. I would not be welcomed in Nissos is probably closer to what it should be. At least for the moment. I am in good spirits, and I believe I can resolve this, but first, I have to go to one of the generals who is willing to talk with me. Meanwhile, Captain Greinbert will try to trade. After all, the supplies in Avalon are running low. I'm afraid he won't be very successful with that at the moment. One more reason to solve this mystery with my father who appeared in Nissos. Okay, so we are now in the wilderness. So one thing I would also note as well is the area names right here. I can't read them at all. So, again, this burned effect that has been added to these screens, I think it needs to be either different or this needs to be like white lettering or something. There we go. Take those guys down. Maybe I would just put the name a bit more down. You could. I think white lettering would solve it, though. I think just doing white would fix the problem because it would be more visible. Weapons on. Everyone's much more powerful as well. One thing I will say, we should probably find someone who can do a similar treatment to Milan. I don't know if Rogmore could, but getting Milan some more spells would be really good too. Oh, there will be? Good. No rest for the wicked Sepp. Ooh, take him down. This guy appears to be stuck. That is good. Winning. Okay, now once we have all of the wolves taken care of, there's a little, down to the south here, there is a little area that we can make our way into. Now, one thing I should do, so let's see. We have Nissos here. And we are now in... We're just going to call this Wilderness 1. And we can go... We can go north. As well as probably south. Yes, okay. So we have an area that links that way too. Now, is there an area east? That's my next question. And the answer is no. Okay, good. Okay, Gabriel. NPC doesn't appear to be aggressive. Come in, stranger. What brings you to the wilderness of Nissos? My name is Tom. I'm traveling on behalf of General Christophorus. Who are you? I am Gabriel. I have lived here for a long time. I often look for solitude, but I do not deny to help anyone if it serves a just cause. Then I'm sure you can also teach Avalonians a few things. Tell me more about you. Well, I have always lived in Nissos, but my parents noticed early that I am magically gifted. So when I was 12 years old, they sent me to Fornax to learn how to master my skills. The journey took a long time, but was comparatively safe. Yes, at that time, Eurale had become a very quiet place. That was before the Necromancer appeared. In Fornax, I found accommodation with Flancus, a wizard and guardian of the Fornaxian portal to the astral plane. He taught me his knowledge and taught me magic. He said I had a special talent for psychic things like telepathy. Well, that's where I spent the next 6 years before I started my journey home. When I got home, I found my parents were dying as a result of a plague that was rife in Nissos at the time. Not that the older generation survived, which is why I was basically like a stranger, since I didn't know anyone anymore. So I decided to go into the wild and live here. The Nissosians are, after all, a folk of the sea. That does not suit me, especially since I already have another vocation, magic. Indeed. Your story is not one of the lucky ones. Nevertheless, you are here, for which I admire you, especially since we can use any help. But now, I have one more important matter, Gabriel. What can I do for you this time? I am from Avalon, and someone asked me to come and see you. It is his sister, who is haunted by the most terrible nightmares.
Sarah.
Avalon, thank you for checking in. Since you mentioned that you know your way around telepathy, I thought to myself that you know something about people's thoughts and dreams. Maybe I can help, as I do know a thing or two about dreams. What kind of dreams are these? It is difficult to say. Basically, it is about the loss of their relatives through disaster, such as fires and the like, over and over again. A recurring nightmare is quite rare, and only few can have them, whereby they in turn have magical abilities like prophecy. this is more likely to be the case, so it could be something else. It is quite possible that someone has placed a curse in the soul of your friend's sister. Well, how can we remove that? First, you have to get access to the soul. This is done with the help of this spell. He points to a scroll, and he takes it from the chest. You also need a strong emotional link in the form of an object, such as a ring. I understand. So now one has to somehow open this created portal in order to gain access to the soul. That is the way it is, Tome. You can, of course, come again for this. And this will again be a long journey, as you can probably imagine. So my recommendation, maybe someone in Avalon is familiar with it. Well, now that the portal is open, it is up to you to break that curse. Nobody can say what waits for you there. It can be a wide variety of things or creatures. And then I'll let it be a surprise. Is it dangerous? Well, not dangerous in terms of that the curse goes inside you and haunts you. So it will just be a physical ordeal for you. I thank you for your help and your warning, Gabriel. May the good spirits be with you. What can you teach us? Training for Milan? Okay, there we go. We have no training for me. Ooh, we do. Ore of Steel, yes. Ore of Steel, okay. Breeze of Death. Which one is this? Verbesserung des Hilzauber? Hilzauber? Yeah. Which one is that guy? Improvement to healing, okay. Okay, well, we'll buy Ore of Steel. All the training for Milan has been done. So we will do... We'll do a fresh save. Is this chapter... This is chapter 4, correct? It doesn't delineate the chapters like the old games. German sounds so funny. Well, I don't speak German, so that it would. How is Siege going? Tarragon, welcome into the chat, my friend. Siege is going very, very well. I think we're making very good progress today. How's your day going? What are you up to for the weekend? Are you working, or... Tome, chapter 4, let's just, yeah, do save 1. Yeah, Siege is going very, very well. Okay. Now, let's see here. So we have Aura of Steel, which will... Oh, no, I didn't want that. That will now be spell number 1. Protection from all is 6. So let's cast Protection from all. I'm very sorry to bother you, but you mind saving your damn king? Game is saved. Okay, Aura of Steel is armed. We are ready to go. Let's go in. Take him down. There we go. Oh, this is going very well. There we go. Nice, I'm learning some more tunes and looking into getting it. Ooh, a diesel truck. What truck are you looking into? I'm debating right now. So my daily driver is starting to rust. It's getting old. It's got over 200,000 kilometers on it. And for you people who operate in freedom units, that is about 124,000 miles. So, car's long in the tooth is what I'm saying. So, I basically need to figure out whether or not it's going to be more beneficial to restore the vehicle or to just get into something new. And the problem is everything is super pricey right now. I am thinking about getting a half-ton truck simply for utility. I do have some renovations that I need to be doing in the room here and everything else. I do have my old classic truck, but you can't make use of that during the winter time. Oh god. Come on, you. Take him down. Oh, nice. Dude, nice. Current truck is an 07 1500 Silverado, and it is very rusty. Well, you live in Michigan, which is in the Rust Belt, so... After 170,000 kilometer, new is always good. See, my problem is I don't have a car payment, because my car's paid off, and it's running great. It's a 5.7 liter V8, and it's running fantastically well right now, so I'm kind of on the fence, right? It's like, do I invest in repair, or do I get another car payment? Because I'm also in an apprenticeship right now, so, you know, it's a difficult kind of consideration, I guess. Because I also like very nice cars. I don't like cheap economy cars. I like V8s. I like fast cars. You know, my current car, my 300. Have you attempted your own repairs? Do you keep up? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So, Moonfell, a little bit about me in that regard is I'm a car restoration nut. I restore my own classic cars. I've got a 1972 Dodge half-ton truck. I've got a bunch of Chrysler sedans from the 70s and the 80s. And I do all my maintenance work on them myself. I always do my oil changes. I make sure that I'm changing out my brake fluid and my coolant annually. I make sure that I'm doing my transmission fluid at the required interval. My car is maintained super, super well. And the rust that is starting on it is admittedly quite minimal, but it is there. And bodywork is not cheap. So I'm not really concerned about the mechanical maintenance. Yeah, differential, I did forget to mention that, but I do not forget to do it. Yeah, I always have fresh diff oil. And that one is not necessarily an annual, it's more of an interval, like my transmission, but my 300's also all-wheel drive, so I need to make sure I'm doing the transfer case and stuff too. Did you consider to break up or scrap it up? So the car is too nice for that. This is what I mean. It's at a weird point where it's too nice to scrap, but it's kind of like it's at the last point where I could sell it and get money for it, is basically, I guess, what I'm trying to say. It's starting to rust, so it doesn't look bad, but yeah, like there's a lot that I'm having to consider with it, for sure. Awesome. I'd say don't fall into the consumeristic trap of a new car. If you can keep your current one, appreciate the classicness of what you have, and spray fluid film underneath to stave off rust. I do, the treatment I do for rust prevention is Crown. K-R-O-W-N. I have been unhappy with it. because my car is still rusting. So yeah, I am thinking about switching to fluid film. But I heard fluid film is really bad on your rubber seals. So I've been hesitant. And it's difficult to find someone who can spray fluid film, so I would have to invest in my own spray gun and stuff as well. Well, and this is the other thing, Guy, Avalon in particular, because you're mentioning sell it. The main thing that I will say when it comes to, you know, sell it before it loses value, for me anyways, is that, actually I should make sure that I'm grabbing loot off these guys. They might have some rings. Yeah, there we go. It's an American automobile, so American automobiles lose value almost immediately. They're not like Japanese autos, where they stay valuable for quite some time. So my car, you know, I bought it for like 30,000 Canadian dollars, and I'm probably going to be able to sell it for like 7. It's just lanolin, lamb oil, it's safe. At least I would hope so. I sprayed on mine recently. And I heard that of all the options, so there's another one that I heard of in Ontario that's kind of gaining steam. It's called Honey Seal. It's like I think it's similar to lanolin, but they argue that it's self-healing. So basically when when a stone hits the coating, it doesn't slough the coating away, like the coating just self-heals. Trucks in my area keep their value like crazy no matter the make. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm a Mopar guy for the most part, but honestly, with international manufacturing being what it is, nothing is like, you know, I say American manufacturer, it's really not. Even the Japanese manufacturer, what's it called again? Honey Seal. I'll put it in the chat. So that is a shop in Ontario and a shop in Alberta use it. And the product is called Honey Seal. And apparently it is very, very good. I've seen testimonials where guys say that it's very expensive. They dry ice blast your undercarriage. So it is armor then. So what Honey Seal does is they remove all the undercladding. They dry ice blast the bottom of your vehicle and get all of the debris off of it. Then they spray the coating. And they spray the innards of the doors and stuff like that as well. And then they replace all your undercladding and stuff like that. And that, I've heard, staves off rust for like 3 years. Well, you always lose some value from original state, but it falls under 50% value. Not enough money back to invest into a new one, yeah. And that is kind of the calculus I'm doing right now, where it's like, oh god. But my other problem is, again, I like luxurious, fast cars. My 300, my Chrysler 300, I should say, is kind of the middle ground. It is decently luxurious, decently quiet, decently comfortable, and it has a V8 that can do 0 to 60 in 5.5 seconds. But it has reliability. So it's not like a BMW or a Mercedes or an Audi that have notorious engine failure without doing expensive maintenance. Because the thing with German cars is they're actually decently reliable, but you have to do the maintenance. And if you don't do the maintenance, then they become unreliable. Whereas Japanese cars, for example, are designed to be abused. They're designed to not have the maintenance done and still be reliable in spite of the lack of maintenance. Gonna go lie down. Have a fantastic stream, Books. Ember, I didn't realize you were still hanging out. Thank you so much for the raid. And we're gonna give you another shout out here. Ember is a fantastic human, everybody. I met her, I believe, through Squish's community. And she's awesome. So giving some love to her channel is giving some love to my channel. And lay down, be well, and we'll see you on the next one. I prefer comfort. It can be very, yes it can. Based on all the Nissan Altimas I see missing lights and bumpers and stuff, I feel like nothing can kill one of those. Definitely, yeah. And, you know, it's kind of like the degree to which you like comfort, right? So there are Toyotas and there are Hondas that are very comfortable vehicles. But then at the same time, is it as comfortable and as luxurious as, say, a Lexus or a Mercedes? That sort of thing. And the crisis I'm kind of having mentally right now is, what do I replace my Chrysler 300 with? Because in terms of value for money, for the luxuriousness it provides, the speed it provides, and everything like that, I can't really beat it. So it's like, do I just get another 300 that has less miles? Do I get a German car? Do I get a Mercedes? Mercedes is not covered. It depends on the Mercedes, honestly. And frankly, all these makes. I've been in some BMWs that suck to drive. One of my friends that I worked with had a BMW 3 Series, just a 328i, very basic BMW, and it kind of sucked. It was really not bad. I wouldn't say that a BMW 3 Series is much better than like a Lexus IS or even like a Toyota Camry. You know, it was BMW sucks, that's true. Yeah. And like plastic everything, like internal engine parts were plastic. I was like, why did you buy this? This is weird. This is the other thing I like about my Chrysler, is it is a pushrod V8. It's as basic as you get. Really. The only thing that sucks about my 300 is that it has an active fuel management system. That's really the only complexity in the motor, and frankly, that's what breaks. Yeah, I'm debating what to get. I honestly think maybe I'll just end up getting a Lexus. There are Lexuses that have V8s that I enjoy. It's got Lexus reliability, Toyota reliability. So like a Lexus RCF, for example. Yeah, the 5.7 liter Hemi and the 6.4 liter Hemi and the 6.1 and the 6.2 are all pushrod V8s still. Similar to the LS. Okay, we'll go this way. Yeah, I'm not doing a Cybertruck. Hells to the nah. No, V8 until I die, man. That's how I'm gonna roll. V8 until I die. Or until I see significant evidence that shows that we actually have, like, you know, there's a point to getting an electric car. 2-liter VTEC turbo, that sounds like a Honda to me. 2-liter turbo VTEC turbo, you love it. I really enjoy Honda Civics. It's just I like big cars. I like, you know, luxurious highway cruisers. And that almost always you have a better driving experience with an 8-cylinder. That's what I've found anyways. Okay, so we're back in the initial area. Interesting. How do you park with that massive car? Easily. You just... It's a little bit more cumbersome, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not gonna say, oh, it's like, it's totally easy and I never have any like, no, there's sometimes where it's hard to park. But, you just get used to it. You just get comfortable with having a large vehicle. Yeah, with enough momentum. Yeah, all the other cars move out of the way if you're going fast enough. And also, the car parks that we have in North America are very large. So you can almost always park away from the crowd. No! My boy! Sir Adam, we hardly knew ye. Got our quick save here. Oh yeah, I guess that counts. That is a death counterable offense. Did you have a bow? Oh no, it was him. It's like, what the hell? Two to 5 meter. 5 meters the norm. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what the norm is for North America, but I do reckon that it's just because we have such huge trucks, for example, it's going to be larger than Europe. Oh, there we go. I am a tank right now, my god. Okay, there's that Book of Fire. We'll save our game here. I think I took all these guys down previously, so... Yeah, okay. Yep. That sounds about the same for Finland. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Europe is fairly standardized across the board within Europe. The Mother Pearl Ring. Ring of Protection goes back on. Ring of Concentration. Interesting. Let's have a conversation with you. Give that to you. And then we'll pop the Ring of Concentration on. Give him all of the stats that we can. Spain and Italy are probably so anywhere with an ancient city, right? Because they weren't designed for vehicles. The magical armor wouldn't be that bad for him if he got attacked. So he still has it. So let's open this up here. Mage's Companion. So we could probably remove this and do something like this. The Book of Unseen Burdens. Blue leather book expounding upon the mysteries of a mage's craft. Alright. And then we can give him the staff. Warning, his strength is too low. Alright. We'll have him... I don't think he's going to be fighting with it anyway, so that's fine. He's got a healing potion, so that's good too. Maybe we give him a big mana potion. just in case. Alright, let's scout out the perimeter here. There we go. Down with the lizard men. There we go. Yeah, so we'll scout out the perimeter, we'll take down all these lizard men. There we go. So, in the chat, I'm curious, what is your favorite daily driver car? We were talking about cars a little bit. What is your... If you had to have one car for the rest of your life, one automobile for the rest of your life, what would it be? I very much like classic cars, so I'm also going to caveat this. Rust is not a thing. Your car would be perfect forever. What car would you drive? A Vauxhall? Interesting choice. And also, what would your reasoning be? So for me, I would drive probably... So they're called C-body Chryslers. They're really big, powerful cars. Land yachts, as they were called. Europeans think they're ridiculous, and they are. They're grotesquely large. But they have a huge trunk, they have plenty of space, and they are just so luxurious to drive. They are so luxurious to drive. So I would probably drive that. Like Imperial or something like that. 1968 Imperial, 1967 Chrysler 300, something along those lines. Big block V8. Nice and powerful, stable. Really soft to drive, really quiet. I think I would enjoy that quite a bit. Yes, hello, I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you mind saving your damn game? Not at all. Now we're going to have heal everyone. I think that's what this is. Yeah, heal all. Vauxhalls are the British name for an Opel, right? I'm driving an Opel. Good, reliable car. See, it's weird, because some people, I hear Opels are trash because they're General Motors manufacturing. I would drive my 1990 Corvette forever. See, for me, I do take some practicality into consideration. So, for me, I'm, like, kinda... Take him down. Someone's trying to kill my mage, buddy. No, 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 no. Don't kill my friend. Don't kill my friend. There we go. Yeah, fight me. Fight me. There we go. There we are. I also love an old-timer, the old-time of US-made cars, Impala. So, the C-body Chrysler that I'm talking about. So, actually, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. So this car right here, 1967 Chrysler 300. So this is the front end. And let's see, this is the rear end of the car. I love the lines of this car. This is a gorgeous car. If rust was not a concern, daily driver. Every single day. I would drive the absolute crap out of this. Everybody makes fun of me though. They're all like, oh, hello, cars. Yes, crows. We are discussing if you had one car to drive for the rest of your natural life. Rust is not a thing, decay is not a thing, and fuel consumption is not a concern. What car would you drive for the rest of your natural days? And for me, it's this. 1967 Chrysler 300. I would die for that car. Why? Girl answer, the blue one. Dude, a dude in my town drives a very similar model. I always turn my head when it drives by. Austin Healey 3000. I'm gonna look that up. Oh, it's so little and cute. I actually love little cars like this. MGs, Stags, Spitfires. They're really, really fun cars. Yeah, that's very nice. I forgot about the Oldsmobile 442. I wanted that one for a long time. I forget what those looks like. Oldsmobile 442. What year? Oh yeah, very Dodge Challenger. Very Firebird. Yep. It goes like shit off a shovel. Yep. Yeah, those little cars do. They have lots of, I call them peppy. They're quick, they're not fast. They're quick, and they're really fun around a corner. It's one of the reasons the MX-5 is so popular to this day. That's the style, yep. Also Jaguar E-Type. Yeah. This is, like, iconic. It's just not for me. I always found the canopy of these cars to be... The convertible is preferable to me. Now, the side profile, excellent. Like, gorgeous. Like, oh my god, look at that. But from the front, very bulbous. Looks very... It looks too pronounced for me, but I mean, look at that side. Look at that side profile, like, come on. Oh, yes. Yes. In the words of Jeremy Clarkson, it's a Jag. What Pokemon name would you give that? Sorry, which one? Which Pokemon game? Which car are we talking about? If we're talking US cars, then an OG Mustang. Yeah. I can appreciate a classic muscle car. 1970 Ford Torino comes to mind. I'm so glad you guys are into cars. I'm so glad. Yeah, the Torino. I was never a fan of the haunches, though. This section of the car, I was never a big fan of it. It's one of the reasons... It's one of the reasons that I'm so into the 300, right? Like, the clean line into the boot, right? And of course, a C-body Chrysler, ridiculous. They're huge. They're like, I think 22 feet long. Very, very large cars. But like, come on, guys. Ugh. Drive any cool cars lately? Yeah. There's my next channel, guys. Drive any cool cars lately. It's a disaster car, but there's something so distilled about the 80s. I'm stupidly fond of the Pontiac 4EB? Oh, Firebird, yeah. It's a disaster of a car, but there's something so distilled. I call them the Fire Transmero. The Smokey and the Bandit car, I call it a Fire Transmero. Let's see here. Where are we at? I lost myself. Another enemy. Now we've come into our own. We're very strong now. Okay, so there's nowhere to leave that way. I had a 1989 Trans Am. That was a fun car with the T-tops and everything. My thing with T-tops is they always leak. They were never sealed right from factory, so any make model with a T-top, I always found they leaked really bad. My first car was almost... Here I am. I'm just too into cars, guys. 1975 Dodge Charger Daytona. So my first car was my truck, but it was very nearly this. So one of my dad's buddies had a 1975 Dodge Charger Daytona with a T-top in a backfield, and they had a falling out. And now, instead of having the Charger Daytona model, we have a 1979 Chrysler Cordoba. And this is the exact color of the car, by the way. So this is Tuna, welcome in. Hope you're doing great today. We are a little sidetracked right now. We are playing Siege of Avalon, but at the moment we are talking about cars. So I put the question to you since you've just hopped in the chat. If you had one car you could drive for the rest of time, practicality, rust and decay, and fuel are not a consideration, what would you be driving? But yeah, now we have one of these. 1979 Chrysler Cordoba. It's basically the same car. And Tuna, just for your reference, my answer is this. My answer is this. 1967 300. Ugh. As a car nerd, I've seen some absolute beauties. We have a car show coming up soon, and actually in the Discord, I'll pull it up for you guys. So we have Top Gear in the Discord. And by the way, if you guys are not on the Discord, I highly recommend you do so. This is my 1972 Dodge D100 Adventurer Special Edition. She's my baby. And you can see some of our other vehicles in the background there. 78 Plymouth Volare, 89 Chrysler Fifth Avenue. Oh, absolutely. Go modern if you'd like. It's whatever you like. And look how this thing starts, guys. Look how my truck starts. First crank. Every single time, man. Just boom. Yes. Makes me so happy. I love it so much. So if you guys... There's Tarragon's Corvette, by the way. So this is Tarragon's 1990 Corvette. Absolute baller of a car. Love it. Love the convertible. And this is my collection as of right now. 1984 Dodge Diplomat. 1972 Dodge Adventurer Special Edition. 2014 Chrysler 300 with the 5.7 liter V8 and all-wheel drive. 1979 Chrysler Cordoba. And a 1978 Chrysler New Yorker Brougham. But yeah, if you guys love cars, Top Gear. It's under General in the Discord, and you can share all your vehicles there. I'd have to go somewhat modern. I would love a G-Wagon. I love the square proportions of a G-Wagon. It's a similar reason to why people love the Wrangler, right? It's very aesthetically pleasing. I have a Google of my fave silly car, the Messerschmitt Bubble. I know exactly the car you're talking about. I have a Wrangler. I like it. What motor do you have? Is it the 3.6 liter V6? So dumb, so cute. Yes. It's a 2018 rig, but before the new body style. Okay. I almost ended up with the 1970s Chrysler LeBaron as my first car. The steering wheel would turn 180 degrees before the wheels would do anything. It was a little scary. Yeah, the soft steering on those 70s cars it's a thing. It is definitely a thing. What are you doing in Nisos? Oh god! Ah! Daddy is attacking me. Daddy is attacking me. Daddy is dead. Okay, we need to read our journal after that for sure. We're taking everything off of that guy. Sorry, father. My first car was an OG Mini. That thing was held together by hope. Yeah, the reliability on the older Minis was definitely not a thing. I don't know what they're like now that they're owned by BMW. I heard a lot of people like them, but it is, yeah, I don't know. BMW is BMW. And actually, Crows, I put a question to you. My 2014 300 is getting a little bit long in the tooth, and I am thinking about getting into another car. I like big, luxurious cars with big motors. Though that's what I enjoy. Luxury and power. What do you recommend? They function, but I miss the OGs. Yeah, I agree. Is this game like old Baldur's Gate or Neverwinter Nights type game? So this is Siege of Avalon. This game is the namesake of my channel. The advertisement phrase for this game was, "Played any good books lately?" This game was the first attempt by any developer that I know of at an episodic release of a game. So they released chapter 1 and 2. 1 was free to kind of hook you. Then they gave you chapter 2. And then 3, 4, and 5 were class specific depending on your starting class. And then chapter 6 ended the game. It did not do the best. Baldur's Gate 2 and Diablo 2 came out around the same time and really hurt the sales of the game. That plus the episodic release nature of the game, it kind of doomed it to failure. So the purpose of my channel, Tuna, is to give a voice to the voiceless games. And what that means is, well, this game inspired me, frankly. Story-driven games that are obscure from the mainstream conversation around gaming, generally they have no voice acting, so I do the voiceover myself in the games to just make them a little bit more interesting. And it was inspired by Siege of Avalon. It was inspired by this game not having the fan base that I felt that it deserved. And nobody was making content for the game, so I said, you know what? I'm gonna be the content creator that goes to bat for these old games. And by the way, it doesn't have to be an old game. It could be a new game that isn't getting recognized like it should be. An amazing new game that just nobody's heard of. I will give exposure to those games as well. I'm not good at North American cars, but early 2000s Jags are beefy, particularly the S-types, usually V8s and V6s. I have thought about... Yeah, thank you very much, Tuna. This is on Steam and GOG. I would recommend any old game. I would recommend GOG just simply because you get the executable with the game, whereas Steam, it's all kind of localized on Steam's cloud. I wonder what something like a used Aston Martin would go for. So, oh my god, okay. So I have a mental illness, and it's called cars. I thought about getting a V12 Aston. So I thought about getting a Vantage or a Vanquish. Older, like 2006 or something like that. But getting one of the old Astons with a V12. Because honestly, fuel economy doesn't matter to me. I will pay to play. I will pay to play. And my god, like, look at those cars, guys. Like, holy crap. But if I need to do brakes, if I need to do any engine work or anything, it would break the bank. It would destroy my bank account. So I can't rationalize it. If you know how to get around a parts bin, you can actually get really, so like for example, if my wiper arm went, I could just order a wiper arm for, I think it's a Ford wiper arm, because Ford and Aston and Jaguar shared a parts bin for quite a while. So if you know your way around a parts bin, you can actually fix up these cars relatively cheap, but not everything is cheap. Stuff like the brakes, the motor, all that kind of stuff, that can get pretty pricey. The motor, I think actually you can buy. Do you have a favorite? A video game car. Like a video game car that is not inspired by. A video game car that is not inspired by a real car. That is tough. That's really tough. I have a favorite ship. Like Star Wars, I have a favorite ship. Could be any car from a game, even inspired. Okay. Cyberpunk cars are pretty cool. Man. I don't think it's a car. I don't think it would be a car. There's some really sweet motorcycles. I'm trying to remember. What is the game? Oh, what's the game? Damn. I have a mental. I'm gonna have to keep playing the game, and I'll have to get back to you on that one because I have an image in my head. I might have to post it on the Discord. Let's see. My father is now dead. Apparently he belonged to the HOUL, and judging by his wounds, he was made docile by the Necromancer. He didn't even know who he was anymore, since it appears as if he was raised from the dead. This is a small solace, as I don't have to fight him in my mind, only against his body. When I met some HOUL in the wilderness, who hid themselves in a kind of small settlement, I thought to myself that I would find a solution to the riddle here. In a cellar, I met my father, who is believed dead. There wasn't even a real exchange of words. He attacked me as soon as he stepped out of the room, that resembled a small ritual place. After a victorious battle, I searched his body and found that his body was full of wounds and scars. I also found a book that contained formulas for communication over long distances, so I assume that the Necromancer found my father's body and resurrected him. It appears that he made him pliable by torture. Well, I think it was easy for the Necromancer, especially since my father had hardly any memories of his past anyways. I should report back to General Christophorus and hand him this book. That should clear everything up. Avalon and Nissos will be back as allies soon. No, it's a sci-fi series. I really liked, oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. It's okay, yeah. I'll look it up. So it's from Final Fantasy VII, The Advent Children. So it's the motorcycles that Cloud was riding. I just found that so dope when I was a kid. So I consider this to be a video game because Final Fantasy VII, The Advent Children was a movie based off Final Fantasy VII, but this is from the video game in my mind. I love this motorcycle. It is so, so cool. Okay, now. Cloak of Ineffable Darkness. So we'll move all this over to our mage friend. Banner Saga looks awesome. Oh, so, you're responding to crows. I also loved that motorcycle when I saw that movie as a kid. It was one of the things that got me riding, yeah. My fave game car is an IRL sort of, the magnum opus from Mad Max. Okay. Sneezy XL McDeluxe. Speaking of games that need full VA, the Banner Saga. Okay, it's being written down. So you said Banner Saga? So in the suggestions box, crows, you can post games that you want to have in the stream. I was thinking about the Interceptor from Mad Max. Magnum Opus is customizable, but it's different for every player. All right. Yeah, I would be very interested, Crows, if you could post in the Discord in the suggestions box. Post any, and by the way, anyone watching the stream, if you have a game that you consider to be a voiceless game, a game that is story-driven and is not getting the recognition it deserves within our modern, disposable society, let me know in the Discord, because my channel is devoted to making sure that these games don't disappear, that these games have a place in the modern culture. Crows, I will never get sick of you. No way. No way. This chat and these guys, you guys are so awesome. I love this community so much. It truly, when I started this channel, I genuinely thought that I would be streaming to nobody forever. It was kind of disheartening, if I'm being completely honest. And the fact that a community has kind of circled the wagons around what I am trying to do with my content, guys, that's crazy. It is so incredible that is happening here. So I'm never gonna get sick of this. This is what I'm meant to do. I truly believe that. I am meant to be here. I am meant to be making this content with you guys, being on this journey together. I enjoy this so much. This is a highlight of my day. Every single time I stream, it's a highlight of my day. And especially when we get into like deep conversations and start talking about like earlier in the stream, we were talking about social media and its implications on society and our responsibilities as individuals within a society that has social media. We had a really deep introspective conversation about that. And then we went to the opposite side of the spectrum where we just had a fun conversation about cool cars, right? I love that. I love it so, so much, guys. Now, let's see where I am here. So, let's just flip this over, make sure we're good here. So I think we found everybody we need. So, Father's Appearance, yeah, we got that. Alliance between the Nisonians, okay, we dealt with that. Still need to do the Trollhead, yes. I'm supposed to get Tracy a root of a troll's head from the wilderness. So I'm assuming... Let's head down here. Bro, we got you. Thank you so much, Razman. And by the way, Razman, the fact that you're repping in YouTube, like every single stream, I've seen you every single stream since you've discovered the channel. Dude, thank you so much. I don't get a lot of representation on YouTube. So having you there, kind of holding the fort, and showing presence to anyone who might come into the YouTube side, dude, like, you're awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you're very active in the Discord. It is much appreciated. Okay, we're gonna rock heal all just in case we need. Spank these boys. Boom, nice. Nothing on him. Okay, so we gotta hop in here. Okay, so 3 hits for the trolls. That's not too bad. Books has such a great voice. I would love for Books to VA a bunch of audiobooks. And by the way, guys, this is a very collaborative experience. You are a part of this community. You tell me what you want. Right? We had a conversation, a rather candid conversation, I would say, about doing merch. And unfortunately, that conversation, I felt like I disappointed a few people in the community with merch. I simply didn't get enough interest in PlayAnyGoodBooksLately merch. One piece of merch that people did say they were interested in is essentially a plush of my logo down here. Getting like a big kind of pillow-fied plushy version of my logo was one thing people were asking after. Another one was obviously shirts, pins, keychains, that sort of thing. And I really only had 10 people respond to the poll. And for me, I need to be candid. If I am to push for merch, I do need to have a larger portion of the community willing to support. Otherwise, it's going to be, you know, good money that could be going to other aspects of the stream, going towards merch and merch not moving. Which would be really unfortunate, right? I have to upgrade my room. I have lots of stuff that I have to do in that regard. So, not gonna lie, I only ever buy mugs and I'm broke. You know what? And that's fine. I never shame people for not being able to support the channel via subs and bits and everything. This is very much a situation of you do what you can. And by the way, there's so many other ways to support the channel, right? Being in chat, just watching the stream, word of mouth to your buddies if you think that they would enjoy this experience and what we are doing in this channel. You don't necessarily need to support with money. And that is something that I continue to say, and people continue to get down on themselves about it. And I understand, you know, some people wish that they could support in that way, but don't feel bad, because you're here and you're supporting what I'm doing. The growth that I've experienced in this channel in a very short period of time is down to you guys. It's due to all of you beautiful people in this community. Like bullying you with Discord speeches. But to my point that I was trying to make, I wasn't really trying to talk about the merch thing too much. So, the thing about just subbed on YouTube, Tuna, thank you so much. Thank you. The thing I was trying to, I guess, talk about, and merch kind of came up, is this is a collaborative experience, guys. If you guys want long-form YouTube videos where I read books, and you guys just have some audiobooks that I literally made for you, just for YouTube content, I will try to do that for you guys. If you guys want me to read every single lore book that the Elder Scrolls has ever made, I will do that. If you want me to read Lord of the Rings from front to back, you know, this is a very collaborative experience, and I want you guys to know that you are heard, because this community has heard me. This community has done that for me. You guys have, I know a lot of you guys have heard this story before, but I was in a very dark place prior to starting this channel in January of this year. I had a series of jobs that killed my soul. I had no passion, I had no will to do I didn't even enjoy video games anymore. I had nothing in me in terms of fire. More than half a year ago, exactly, more than half a year ago already. And it is through the support of this community and you guys coming into chat and showing me cool content, showing me new games, and having these excellent conversations with me. Hey chat, welcome to PlayAnyGoodBooksLately. And quoting me whenever I say silly things so that I can make it a channel redeem and you can make fun of me whenever you want. I am now in a better place. You guys have given me my fire back. You guys have let me know that the purpose I have given for this channel is a worthwhile purpose and that you agree that it is necessary. And hearing that from you guys makes me able to weather the storms when other creators, and I've had conversations like this by the way, when other creators tell me they don't believe that my content is necessary. They don't believe that what I'm doing is really a good and necessary thing to do. They believe that these games are old and suck, and that it's a good thing that they're going away because new games are replacing them.
Nerevar, I met this fellow named Mario. He invited me to a party hosted by friend of Donkey Kong. Wish me luck. I'm gonna try get a bite out of that peach. Diddy party, here I come.
Oh god. TTS is a mistake sometimes. Wow, L content creator on their part. Well, and frankly speaking, it was a well-mannered conversation. We weren't at each other's throats or anything, but he was basically saying that, you know, if people want to play these old games, they're going to. And they don't need someone making content to show a new audience these old games. He's like, these games have built their audience, and that audience is what it is. And through mods and GOG and stuff like that, they will survive. And I said, absolutely not. You need people to make content and show a new generation that these games exist. How's Gen Z and Gen Alpha gonna learn about a game that came out in the year 2000? How the fuck are they gonna learn about Siege of Avalon? How? Content creators. People making content about these games. That is how. That was my assertion. And it was a well-mannered conversation. I don't feel worse for it. But again, through you guys being a part of this community, I was able to say, absolutely not. My community recognizes that this content is necessary. And by the way, members of my community have been exposed to new games and they have started playing new games as a result of my content. So I was able to basically say, no, I have receipts. Which felt really, really good. And it's because of you, amazing, amazing people. By the way, ads are going to be dropping. I do apologize for the non-subs. 3 minutes and we will see you again soon. By that logic, new games don't need streams either because they have an audience. Yeah, yep. Absolutely. And also, games that had established audiences can fall into obscurity. Oh, okay. I thought I looted enough of them, but that makes sense. This is a must. If not, who would experience the... Yeah, exactly. Well, that's my perspective anyways. And I'm willing to be wrong, but at the same time, I don't think I am. So one of these trolls holds the secret. Well, and it's the same thing, like, my stream, I guess, in a sense, could act as advertising for these old games. Because they're not being advertised anymore. Ah, there we go. There it is. Well, and so this is the thing, is I don't think he meant badly. I'll wait to talk about this a little bit more after ads are done, because I don't want non-subs to miss out on this conversation, because I feel like it's important. And actually, you know what I'm gonna do, guys? We have ads running right now. I'm just gonna hit the loo real quick, and I will be back when ads are done. So, un moment. Alright, ladies and gents, welcome back from ads. Now, your in-game sound and streaming, waiting screen sound- oh, sorry, whoops. I am sorry. I will mute them next time. Okay, so we are good to head back into Nisos. Head back to General Christophorus. So, as I was saying, pardon me, have a frog in my throat. Okay, so as I was saying, when it came back to, welcome back, losers. So that conversation I had with that individual that essentially said that my content wasn't super required, especially for a couple specific games. So I play Morrowind, I play Daggerfall, and his argument was very strongly in the camp of, well, that's Elder Scrolls, and Elder Scrolls is a well-known franchise, therefore it doesn't need your content to exemplify the Elder Scrolls. And my point to that was, Morrowind is not an incredibly popular title anymore. Daggerfall definitely is not. Other than Oblivion, due to the remaster, and Skyrim, due to very active remastering, those two games are maintained, but older games in the series, yeah, because Daggerfall is super, yeah, well, exactly, right? And it was kind of like, by virtue of it being Elder Scrolls, it is popular because franchise is popular. And I'm like, ugh. How do I know and experience something I can't... Exactly. How do I know that I even want that thing if I don't see content on it? And one thing that I'm committed to doing is, you're gonna see Daggerfall in your shorts feed. You're gonna see Morrowind in your shorts feed. I cannot tell you how many times I've received comments on my short form content that is like, hey, what game is this? And well, it's Morrowind. They're like, oh, this is what Morrowind looks like. I've heard of Morrowind, but I've never played it. This is what it looks like? That's because I'm making shorts. You're going to see it on your feed all the time. And my shorts don't do fantastically well, but they're doing better and better every day. I'm slowly building my content creation to the point where more and more people are discovering my content, and they're discovering these old games. Siege of Avalon shorts. I have shorts with Siege of Avalon in the background, and everyone's like, this looks like Baldur's Gate. But it's not Baldur's Gate. What the hell is this? It's like, my brother in Christ, have you heard of Siege of Avalon? And then they say, okay, I'm gonna check this game out. I'm gonna download it on GOG or Steam, and, you know, I'm getting these games out to more people, and it's a really, really good feeling, and thank you all for being with me on this journey. It's more known that it's contemporaries, but it's not really, and this is, I've made this, I guess, differentiation in the past. A game being known is not the same as a game being played, and that what keeps a game out of abandonware is whether or not it is played. Is that game making a corporation money? Is Steam making money off of Siege of Avalon? Is Steam making money off of Arx Fatalis? That is what is going to keep these games on these platforms. That is what is going to keep software developers basically optimizing these games for modern hardware, because that's another issue we have is, yes, the game's available, but it won't run for shit. Right? Like, yeah, you can download Arx Fatalis, but it's going to run like absolute dog water unless you download like 50 different mods from friggin' abandonware sites. Arx Fatalis is a bad example because it does run a little bit better, but Lionheart Legacy of the Crusader, RPG friend in chat, has done, you know, he brought that game to onto my radar, and I was going to play it, and I can't get it to run. I cannot get that game to run. So I guess the real goal of the channel is to, make sure these games don't go into abandonware, right? Now, to that end, sure, the Elder Scrolls is not in danger of things going into abandonware. I don't think Morrowind ever will. But at the same time, it is definitely going to go into obscurity. Interesting, I recently played that game, ran just fine on my modern... So you said Lionheart Legacy of the Crusader ran well on your system? It was not GOG, it was Steam. That might be my issue. Interesting, okay. Yeah, I might have to download the GOG version then. Because I really want to play Lionheart. Refund and buy on... it's been too long since I bought it, I think. Yep, there's a game from my childhood I cannot play anymore because the tech has moved on. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. Okay. More gameplay. I had a good time with that game. I think you will like it a lot. 2 or 4 weeks with less than 2 hours of game time, I think. Oh, for a refund. Gotcha. I thought you were like, you're not playing enough Siege of Avalon, books. Why do you suck? That's how I hear Avalon when he razzes me. That too. Yeah, Warhammer Dark Omen, yeah. What is there to report, Tome? Nothing yet, I just had to rest for a moment. All right, but don't forget you haven't much time. Interesting. I don't... oh, right, okay. That's because I handed it to his inventory. So mine. I found a very interesting book at my father's corpse. Corpse? Yes. There was a fight. So, the Necromancer has deliberately brought your father into game because he knows about you and your deeds. This looks like the case, but that is irrelevant. I am now giving you this book. This is the proof of the whole story. That should open the eyes of the generals of Knessos. Certainly, I will pass this on tomorrow. Then my job here is done. I will return to Avalon. Knessos is deeply indebted to you. You opened our eyes, and have a safe journey home, Tome. May the good spirits be with you. And with you too, General Christophorus. Goodbye. I've had luck refunding games with less than 2 hours, but a year or more bought. You don't, books without a book? I've never refunded a game on Steam. I just live with my shitty decisions. Okay, maybe refunding within 2 weeks rule is quite a new rule. Don't forget the tavern. Yes, yeah. For the ingredient. Sorry, I just read chat and I keep walking in just a random direction. Did you find the root tuba? SteamOS seems promising with running older... Steam does a great job running older games. The problem with Steam is it's not always optimized that particular older game. That's the problem I run into. Both work. Both is good. That's wonderful, my friend. I hope it didn't cause you too much trouble. Only to a limited extent, Tracy. Hopefully your recipe will now work. Time will tell. I will take care of it immediately. Good luck. Back to Avalon. Actually, do we have the scroll we need? Recipe for seasickness? Portal creation to a soul. Alright. Okay, so we're going to do a save right now. Just so we have something to go back to if we have to.
How does it look, Tome? Were you able to solve the problem?
I was able to solve the conflict.
Aye, that sounds like tough stuff. To see the actually lifeless body of his own father. How he is dominated by something evil.
It made me sad to see him. But after finding out what was going on, I was able to conquer my inner demons and fight my own father.
Now I understand why Sir Ralcon thinks so highly of you.
Probably. Well, when you're ready, we can start our journey home, Captain.
Aye, then go aboard. Back at it again in Avalon.
The ships look super good. Don't forget to talk to Sir Ike for the last skill, yes. Because I should... Oh, I have more than enough.
Yeah, buddy.
Free soul. Ah, this one is one of my daring feats in terms of combat technique. It has a lot to do with meditation, and is difficult to learn. Basically, you separate your body from your mind in order to come up against the natural laws and still restrict you in your armor. Love this music, reminds me a bit of Diablo 2. I would argue that this music is better. I really love the music in Siege of Avalon. I think this is the best music in a CRPG ever. Teach me, Sir Ike. I absolutely have to master that in the fight against the Necromancer. After a long explanation, and again, longer meditation, you have a feeling that you can successfully split your mind to a certain extent. This is absolutely amazing. Thank you 1,000 times for your patience. I have to admit, I'm very surprised. I've tried to teach this technique to many, but none of them have mastered it yet. My congratulations, Tome. I thank you 1,000 times, Sir Ike. I will use this technique for justice in Eurale. Farewell, in the meantime. Am I into D&D at all? Where are my... Oh, it's at my dad's house. I played... My dad was really into D&D when I was growing up. And I played a lot of the original modules with my dad. So Village of Hamlet, Isle of Dread, Temple of Elemental Evil, Ravenloft, Undermountain was another module I loved a lot. And by the way, okay. I am looking into doing community gaming with the community. So if you guys want to have, it doesn't necessarily have to be gaming, right? I could DM a D&D round. So like a D&D campaign, I could GM it. if that is something that the community wants to do, if there are people in the community that want to explore community gaming outside of actual gaming, doing something a little more tabletop, it doesn't have to be on Twitch, it could just be on the Discord. Avalon, it is even better if you don't know how to play. It is even better if you don't know how to play. But no, we don't have to do it on Twitch. We could literally just do it on the Discord. Never played D&D either, so a lot of people think that D&D is this super scary, angry thing that they should be afraid of. It is not. Most GMs have what's called the GM's manual and the monster manual, which provides you with key information on how to do your job, essentially. And the GM is who guides the players. So the player gets books that gives them the knowledge that they need, and then they impart that knowledge to the players. D&D is not scary at all. A lot of people think it's too complicated, and it's really, really not. There are rules, like everything else, but it is so worth the time to play it. That's what my Polish musclehead buddy said. He then proceeded to play 2-year-long campaign to the end. Yeah, exactly. I have a 5th gen bard, but only played 2 short sessions. Yeah, so if that's something the community wants, get like 12 people, and this is the other thing with D&D, your party can be as big as you want. We can have 24 people playing. It would be very convoluted, and the backstories and everything would be absolutely insane. But Bed, welcome in. I watch so many Let's Plays, and the best DM I've seen makes a point to say it's a collaborative storytelling experience. It's not fun if it's you versus me. 1,000 billion quadrillion %. Books has been slain by Avalon. And also, like, I know we have a very international community. There's lots of people that maybe don't have the best spoken English, and you might be afraid of something like that. You might be afraid of something like a community D&D game. And to that I say, there's ways to work around it. There's translation tools and other things like that. You know, I would 100% for D&D time. I might need Google you might need Google Translator, but it's a collaborative experience, and much the same as the stream is. So I don't think I would do it as a actual live stream. I think what I would do probably is just, we would have a voice call where all of us were with our character cards and everything like that, and we would play D&D just as a community, because isn't there a website used to play? Yes, there is, yeah. So I do want to keep the Discord. I want people joining the Discord, but the Discord is where the community can circle the wagons. The Discord is where, if I'm not live, the community can get together and they can hang out and they can have fun, they can make new friends, and all that awesome stuff. So I do, to an extent, want to keep things like a community gaming experience sacred to the Discord. I'd check it out as a viewer, at least. Might even play a few sessions. Kind of scared to commit too seriously, though. Don't want my scheduling to ruin anyone's fun. And that's fair. That is 100% fair. It's more of like a willingness conversation right now, as opposed to a implementation conversation. And also, there's inventive things you can do in D&D, like, if you can't show up to the next round, if our schedules are incompatible, you can't show up to the next round, there are things you can do within the story that will kind of facilitate that, right? Oh, he's going to be over here doing this particular quest, and he's not going to be here for the next, like, 3 rounds. You know, stuff like that. There's ways to get around anything. Make it part of your character. Yeah, like, oh yeah, that's Snorlax. He friggin', he's a half-orc and he just naps all the time. So he's gonna nap for 2 sessions, and his buddy actually drags him along. So he stays with the party, but he's just asleep. Play a druid that keeps dreaming. True. Okay, so we will do another save. So I think we are chapter 5? Also, Sep, I would say that a delineation when you have finished a chapter would be beneficial in my mind. I was unavailable for a few weeks, but our campaign continued. My buddies were caring enough to actually provide a live stream via Skype for me to watch, so I'd not have to miss it. Bed, what do you have to say? What does the game look a lot like? I would play a dragon who would like to eat books. It does. It looks a lot like Fallout 2. It does. Better soundtrack, though, I will say that much. I even have dice, because I got excited to play with people, but that fell through. So, Crows, do you have no one to play with? We would also have to pick what rule set we would have to play as. I will die on this hill. Siege of Avalon has the best soundtrack of any CRPG ever. The hint for the new chapter can be seen when looking in the journals. The last journal of a chapter has... Ooh. There it is. Yep. Disregard. No one at all? Well, and Crows, I met you in Eternals community. Is there anyone into D&D there? Because if there's anyone into D&D there, we could arguably bring them over and do some chilling there. I have a feeling Raph and Mistress and hell, even Eternal, they would probably be into D&D. They'd be down for that. I'd be the odd man out in that situation though, because I'm in Canada and my hours are very different from yours. I die on the hill defending Mark Morgan's music. I mean, like, it's fair. This music tickles my brain. Like, I love this music. No, you're right, the soundtrack is good, I agree. But I do really like Fallout 1 and 2 music. Books is not reading journals. I am reading the journals, I'm not paying attention to... Sep has been very subtle, right? Because in the original game, it would actually tell you this is the end of chapter 2. It would be very specific. And this is simply a subtle Star of Avalon. Very much like the original game, but it doesn't say, and this is the end of chapter 4. Right? It's different. Raph is a huge D&D nerd. He tried to get a group together, but never came together. I'll have a chat with Raph. I'll have a chat with him. It's going in the notes. He can mow like my balls, am I right? It's just so off color. Oh my god. Oh, god damn you, Eternal. You've created a monster. Focus typing and then that? Yep. This is literally so out of nowhere, and Eternal always picks, like, the worst phrases, too. Okay, so... let's go to adventure here. I was able to get Tracy the ingredient for his new drink, but I had to fight one or the other disgusting... This is a hell of a sentence, but I had to fight one or the other disgusting fight against a troll. What uncomfortable monsters. This sentence needs reworking, I would say. As a chat, we trained him well about suspect sentences. You did. You definitely did. Now, I need to go speak to that fellow about his sister. I would have to go out and buy some dice, too. I just realized I don't have dice anymore. My dad has old dice from when he played in the 70s. Sentences. He was in the wharf. Tome, what can I do for you? I have a set of ace dice. Ooh. I love those sexy, like, brass dice. They get polished by you using them. I really love those ones. Anna's in the Merchant's Bailey. Oh, I have to actually go talk to Anna. Gotcha. I thought I had to speak to him. Well, back to the Merchant's Bailey. Oh, the heavy oh yeah, those would be nice too. Actually got people sleeping in their bunks, that is super sweet. Oh yeah. Yes. Yes, he is. You know, our conversation the other day helped me a bit to get over it. Well, that's good. However, I was in Nissos recently, and there I heard a few monks from Nissos are familiar with your disease. That's wonderful! With this knowledge, I will consult Avalon's monks. They will be able to make me a healing potion. How can I thank you for this? Never you mind. This was a detour for me. Just know that I am glad that it turned out well. I have to carry on now. Goodbye. Oh, Anna! Where are you, woman? I'm just gonna sit here and vibe with the music for a bit. There you are. When it comes to business, talk to Hubert, my big brother. I'm overtired. I need my rest. That's why I'm here, my dear lady. Your brother told me about your nightmares, and I went to a wizard to find a solution. The wizard is named Purdon of Avalon. The wizard named Purdon of Avalon gave me this scroll. He assumes that it is something magical and attacks your sleep. This is incorrect. I believe that this should be Gabriel of Nissos. No? Hubert. So that's incorrect. This song is giving Daggerfall right now. You scare me. Let's rather do the spell. These nights are unbearable. All right. I need to have an item of emotional value from you and your hand at the same time to create the magic kind of bridge to your soul. With this, we can create a kind of portal object that enables one to look into the soul of this person. Preferably this necklace. It belonged to my grandmother. Good. Now give me your hand. Put the scroll on the floor. All right. Now, let's go. I don't feel anything. Did it work? Well, I'm guessing so. I'll need to go to the wizard with this necklace and look at the source of the problem. I hope it's okay if we look into your soul. I'll be fine as long as these nightmares end. Fine, Anna. I'll be on my way then. Okay, so we have to head back to Nissos and talk to Gabriel. Back to the wharf. See what we can do. So now you have to go to Purdon because the wait. Oh, right. Okay, so Purdon is Southgate level 2. What can I do for you, Tome? I come today with a problem, wise wizard. I hope you can help me. What kind of problem is it? I will do what I can. I recently met an Avalonian who told me about his sister, who has terrible nightmares. Fortunately, I met the magician Gabriel in Nissos, who knows a lot about dreams. So I did a little ritual and I created a portal to her soul. I understand your situation, Tome. Another long trip to Nissos just for this is a lot of effort. Since you would have to talk to the magician again, it's just, I don't really know about dreams, so I can't help you much. Of course, Purdon, but much of it has already been done. I just need someone who can open this portal in the amulet. So you know how to deal with this once the portal is open? Well, I hope so. Well, you have to understand that there is some risk in not knowing exactly what to do. I am ready for the unknown that will await me. I shouldn't have any difficulties activating the portal. Well then. Nothing has happened, Purdon. It's no wonder either. I only activated the portal, but not opened it. Well, how do I open the portal then? I need a certain artifact, a portal key, so to speak. I don't own anything like that, however, there is a tower magician, Eleazar, in the village. He used to deal with portals a lot, which is why I am sure you will find one here. He sounds familiar. I think I've seen it before. How do I get there? Now, the mechanism for operating the gate is defective, which is why there is only one variant. Blasting spell. You need this scroll, which you have to put down in front of the gate. It will destroy the protection spell, and you can pass through. Is there anything else I need to consider? There are a few old guards there that no one can control, so be careful. I have to go. Have a great weekend, everyone. Avalon, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for hanging out. We're not going to be going for too much longer, so it's okay that you're heading out. You're not going to miss too much. I'll deal with that, Purdon. I'll be back soon. Get ready to open the portal. Okay, we'll go hang out with him. Oh? Come on, guys. You don't have permission to go. I'm going to go perform my beauty procedures for the evening, then come back. Baron, just so you know, we are only going to be going for about another 15 minutes. The stream is normally 6 hours. We're sitting at about 5 hours, 45 minutes. So, hopefully, you return by the time I see. In that case, goodbye until next time. Baron, thank you so much for tuning in. It's been lovely having you in these streams, contributing to the conversations that we have. Yeah, I got here late, unfortunately, frack. No, all good. All good, guys. There's always the VOD. By the way, I do multi-stream to YouTube. The VOD is evergreen on YouTube. The VOD will always be there. Now, So to get to the tower, I don't have permission to leave. So I would have to speak to my commander, which would still be Ralkin? Ralkin? Oh, Ralkin is the one to give permission? Okay. What is there to report, Tome? I've just spoken to Sir Nathan. We got on the subject with Lester. And what happened in the Peasant's Bailey not long ago. Together we discovered that the Veld ghosts... That's really a good thought. On this note, I don't need to worry about the Veld ghosts anymore. I thank you for your information. I am back. Finally, some good news. You must know, something terrible happened while you were gone. The HOUL raided and captured the Elven outpost. A few of our allies fell, but a fraction of the Elven army managed to get into the castle. They are now quartered in the outer keep in the south gate. The situation seems to be getting worse. Well, at least they were able to save themselves. What is there to do now? I have no more orders for you, but you might want to take a look around the village, or take a rest. Do what you want, Tome. However, due to the fact that you have lost many men, and the enemy is getting closer, I can no longer provide you with any companions. You have to go alone from now on. You should also be careful to stay away from the old village. Strange gases have been released in the swamps, and have released all the way there. It poisoned a scouting party I sent into the forest. The Naga must have taken some precautionary measures with marsh flowers and similar plants after the amnesia spell worked a few weeks ago. The monks have already done research on this, are now assessing the situation, and everything will be back to normal here in 1 to 2 weeks. Alright. Okay, we should grab some of the more valuable stuff off of them then, if we're losing them. That's fine, I'm okay losing that. This is also mine. Okay. Cool. Quick save. Very nice. I'll tell the guards to let you pass through the gate. Sir Ralkin has told me that many of Avalon's men seem to have fallen in the past few weeks. He also told me that every man is now needed in Avalon. In this respect, I will now only be able to carry out my orders alone. Furthermore, the poisonous gases are said to have spread from the swamp to the old village, which has already poisoned a scout troop sent by General Ralkin. They're currently being treated in the sickbay, but I should stay away from there for a while. My feelings did not deceive me. When I got back to Avalon, and immediately reported back to Sir Ralkan about my success in Nissos, he told me about an attack by the HOUL against the elves in the forest. They couldn't withstand the onslaught and had to flee. Many of them lost their lives, and a few managed to get behind the walls of Avalon alive. They are now being supplied here, and some of them stand on our walls as additional guards. But luckily, nobody will be able to get into the castle through the forest, because this was already taken care of. All cave entrances are buried with rubble, so it would take months to uncover them. We must now be more wakeful than ever. The attack will soon be started. Alright, so I feel like, well, okay, let's think about this for a sec. So we're going to go to the Outer Keep, level 2, and we're going to drop off some of our stuff. So yeah, actually, the chapter could be over. See the star in the journal, because you could have rejected Hubert's quest. Okay. So, can I still do Hubert's quest? Have I dropped the quest inadvertently? I had to leave, so... So, okay, so I have so I've gotten rid of the quest is gone now. I've lost the quest. This is linear, no companion. Oh, I see, okay. Keep the potion, get rid of the armband. Get rid of that as well. Okay, so now we can go to the south gate. Okay, so let's just confirm our quest right now. So the Avalonian Hubert has asked me for help, his sister. Okay, so we need to go to... What was... Oh god, okay, they're back. They're back and better than ever. Let's go. But now I am stronger. I'm bigger. I'm faster. I'm better. I'm Batman. Malkovich? You guys have clearly not watched College Humor. I gotta show you guys this. You need this in your life. It is required in your life. Oh no. No, stupid ads. Get rid of it. There we go.
Come on, man, I got kids to feed.
Oh, I don't like falafel?
Actually, that's not a bad idea. Thank you, that solves most of my problems.
Where were the other drugs going? I never knew. Wait, what? I said, where are the other drugs going? Why are you talking like that?
It's a bat voice. It's a bat.
Really kind of goes against the whole dark Batman thing.
Are you kidding me? I worked on that like all day. I was like bat, sonar, high, squeaky.
It's not scary. It's silly.
I ran this by I ran this by people I know, and they loved it.
It's bad.
Bad.
It's bad.
This is embarrassing. Can I please show you another one?
Sure.
Where were the other drugs going?
Fuck face.
Malkovich?
Yeah. He's scary. It's like, I'm better.
I'm stronger. Batman.
No, it's totally wrong.
Where were the other drugs going, huh? How's this game?
Why Pacino?
Maybe I am Al Pacino. You don't know. What's he do at night, huh? Fight crime.
Not a Batman.
Hello, Governor. Where were the drugs going?
Oh,
You're
God.
representing Gotham. I wouldn't go British.
Hey, how you doing? Where were the other drugs going, huh?
It's not good.
Hey! Where were the drugs going? Where were the other drugs going? Where were the other drugs going? ¿Dónde están los drogas? Where were the other drugs going? The drugs? Where were the drugs? Supposed to be Dustin Hoffman. Where were the other drugs going? Huh? Do I look like a cop to you?
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Where were the other drugs?
Where were the other drugs going?
What was that?
What?
Do that again.
Where were the other drugs going?
You know what? That's not bad.
That's
I
not
just
bad.
lost my voice.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, just say it.
Yeah, no, I swear to God.
Swear to me!
Swear to me!
Alfred, I'm coming home. What do you mean, who is this? It's Bruce. Who else has this number?
Oh, God. So yeah, that is where that quote came from. You're right, it is so stupid, but it's great. I love it. I need ore of steel. Come on. Oh, geez. There we are. There. Okay, so we've got to... The armor is doing its work, yes. My Batman armor. I'm Batman. Okay, just gotta wait for mana here. Because they're gonna mob me pretty bad. Actually, is this where I need to be? Village. Yeah, tower's right here. Let's go! Run away from me, will you? Oh no! That hurts. Oh. Oh. Oh god, okay. No, it's fine. This is fine. We're fine.
Yes, hello.
Oh no!
You, but you mind saving your damn king?
Alright. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone, and another one gone. Another book bites the dust. Just wait for mana. But now I know what's coming. I think we're gonna be all good. There we go. Another one bites the Dutch? I mean, I feel like that violates the Geneva Convention. I gotta be honest. Mana will be in chapter 5 when you learn more magic techniques. Okay. I mean, we are recovering quite quickly. Okay, so we'll pop protection from all. Then we'll have heal at the ready. No. Ah! Damn it. Okay, we gotta focus on this guy. We gotta focus fire this dude. Now, did I actually... I might have quick saved. Let me think about this. No, about the... Wait, That is not the same. Okay. Alright. Here we go again. Almost. By the way, ads are dropping in T-minus 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna get through this fight. Maybe rely on some potions? Yes. Alright, we are good to go against these guys, though. They can't hurt us, really, so... Okay, I don't want to fight these guys again, so we're quick saved. I've got that on. Okay, so let's take this dude down. Damn it. Alright. I can't take the potion, he keeps... Can't even take the potion. Okay, I think we're gonna give this guy a taste of his own medicine. I think that's what we're gonna do. Damn it, he got me first. There we go. Oh, no, he got... Damn it. Damn it. Come on. Jeez. Keep getting stun locked by this loser. Ugh. Alright. Okay. Protection from all. And then protection from... magic, I believe. That's protection from poison. That's cold. Do we not have protection from Yes, we do. Okay, so I'll pop that as well. And then I'll have heal good to go. Okay, took him down. Now he's not even bothering with it. Come on. Can I click, please? Jeez. No, no, no. Whoa, 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 wow, whoa. Sir, it is time to stop. Come on. I think I just gotta spam hold and just pray. Okay, so let's just pop every resistance spell that we have. I need more mana. So let's... Is that F or G? D? Yeah, there we go. Protection from magic as well. And then we're gonna pop... We're gonna... Yeah, we're just gonna have the hold spell. There we go. No! Come on! Come on. Ore of iron should be sufficient. For what? Okay, let's see. instead of Aura of Steel. Okay, we'll pop that. That still uses like all my mana, but then we will... There we go. All right. We're saving after popping all those spells, so we should be good to go. And now let's do this. There we go. Boom. Eat it, dude. Oh, that was so difficult. Very satisfying fight. Okay. Now, my sir, it seems like you have an aversion to magic. My good man, how could you tell? Alright, now, where in this tower? Probably right around here. Okay, now this is gonna suck. These guys suck. Okay. Basically like souped up magic fighters. Okay. Yep, exactly. Just hold spell and then fireball right away. No, no. Whoa, hi. Whoo. Am I gonna die? I'm gonna die. How many training points do I have? I have... Let's see here. 100. I have 100 training points. But the enemy's just gonna scale with me if I level my character up. Oh, right. There we go. I think that is actually maybe a couple less. Yeah, okay, there we go. I think that's more accurate. Because I was at 68 and I died 4 times, so I'm at 72? I think I died 4 times? I think about 72. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Okay, so this is basic, roundabout that. Okay, yeah. So we've arrived at, I would say, a good spot to call it for the day. So we are a little past 6 hours. We just got through our last round of ads. So just gonna close up the game here. Our time in the game library for today has once again come to an end. I would just like to thank everybody who has participated in the stream today for the amazing conversations that we have had today. I kind of joke that I am a just chatting streamer that just happens to have cool games in the background, I guess. But irregardless, thank you so much for being here and helping me lend a voice to the voiceless games. It is the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream for you guys, truly. I have an immense amount of fun streaming for you all. So, with that said, I would like to invite anyone who has not yet done it and might be lurking in the background. Please, if you are enjoying what you're seeing, give the channel a chance, drop a follow, and drop a sub on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Instagram, and of course joining the Discord. We do have a lot of fun, by the way. And it is now time to share the love, to share the community with the rest of the streaming space. So YouTube, my friends there, this is going to be goodbye, I'm afraid, but for Twitch, we are going to find someone to raid. So let's see which one of our friends is currently streaming right now. So, Rainlight is playing Hitman right now. That is interesting. I haven't normally seen him. Josh Strife is playing, or he's doing some just chatting right now. I do love some Josh Strife, but honestly, our Baron, welcome back. We're just buttoning up today. Does anyone have any streamers that they like, that they think would be a fun watch for everyone? Because we don't have any small streamer friends that are currently streaming right now, so I would be raiding into a rather large streamer. And we've raided Rainlight a lot this month, so although I love raiding him, I love his community, it's, you know, I do like to share the love to people I have not raided as of yet. But in lieu of anyone else, Rainlight is a good shout. So you know what? I think that's what we're gonna do. I don't want to drop you guys off with a rando. I generally recommend Space Robot Arm, but he's not streaming right now. Okay. So in that case, we are going to say hello to our good friend Rainlight. He's a big fan of the Elder Scrolls. He is great to talk to. He tolerates my introspective shenanigans. So I love being in his chat. And he's currently playing Hitman, a game that I don't play a lot of. So it would be interesting to watch. So we're going to start the raid. If you guys are not subscribed, there is your raid message, and if you guys are subscribed, there is your raid message. I really implore you guys to join in the raid. It really helps small creators when we help bump up their audience numbers. So with that, my friends, thank you so much for the stream. Be well. I'll see you on the next one.